history. Joe Biden, an experienced leader, a person of fundamental human decency, will become the 46th President of the United States. Kamala Harris, my good friend and hardworking colleague, will become the first woman, the first black person, the first Asian American to ascend to the Vice Presidency of the United States. Together, they will return competency and compassion to our government after 4 long years of division and demonization, which far too many people have tolerated and gone along with. And even though this disease has not been vanquished yet, there is light at the end of the tunnel in the form of a vaccine. Everyone should appreciate how miraculous that truly is. It usually takes between 5 and 10 years to develop a new vaccine. 5 to 10 years. It took American doctors, biochemists, and medical researchers less than 10 months to produce not 1, but 2 viable vaccines for the coronavirus. The discovery of a vaccine in a single calendar year is the crowning scientific achievement of the 21st century, the medical Manhattan Project of our times. It's a reminder that when we work together and persevere and sacrifice for one another, nothing is beyond our capacity as a nation. The same resilience and innovation and fortitude that saw our country through its darkest hours has emerged once again. COVID-19 has changed our country, but it has not changed our character. America is the night shift nurse fashioning protective equipment from shoelaces and a sheet of vinyl. America is a restaurant owner who sent meals to the frontline workers for free. America is the home-stitched mask sent to friends and families. It's the metallic clang of pots and pans celebrating essential workers. America is the grocery store clerk and the bus driver and the plasma donor and the lab technician, late at night, poring over the results of a clinical trial. It is the Brooklyn doctor, 62, on the verge of retirement, who for 2 straight weeks worked day shifts at the ICU and night shifts at the nearby hospital before finally succumbing to the disease himself. Last week, the first American, a nurse in Queens, was vaccinated against COVID-19. Many millions will soon follow. Eventually, our businesses will reopen, our economy will reopen, life will reopen. We will travel and worship and send our kids to school and see our friends and be together again. It won't be tomorrow, it won't be next week or even next month, but it will happen. Not because we merely waited long enough, not because we were patient, but because we persevered. Our job right now is to help the country get from this stormy present to that hopeful future, to survive this dark winter until the spring thaws the ice. Our job is to do what's necessary. Pass this bill, pass another stronger bill next year, whatever it takes, to hold our country together until we eradicate the awful scourge of this disease. At the end of this annus horribilis, this horrible year, let us give the American people another reason to hope. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
Senate is not in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I am, like many of my colleagues, very pleased that we have reached an agreement on a final COVID relief package, and none too soon. Last week we celebrated what will hopefully be a turning point in the COVID fight, the first U.S. coronavirus vaccinations. We had to build on that momentum and make sure that vaccine distribution goes swiftly and smoothly so that we can vaccinate as many Americans as possible, as quickly as possible. The COVID relief package will help us achieve that goal by providing important funding for vaccine distribution. It will also provide critical support to Americans to help them weather the rest of the pandemic, including a second round of paycheck protection funding for the hardest hit small businesses, money to help schools reopen, safely operate so that our kids aren't left behind, and more money for coronavirus treatment and other frontline medical priorities. I'm very pleased, Mr. President, the final package includes my Paycheck Protection for Producers Act, which will help more farmers and ranchers benefit from the Paycheck Protection Program. The bill also includes funding to allow the Department of Agriculture to provide additional assistance to farmers and ranchers. Ag producers were dealing with a challenging agricultural economy even before the pandemic hit, and the coronavirus has only made things tougher. I strongly advocated for including additional funding for farmers and ranchers in this legislation, and I'm very glad that the final bill includes this support. The final package also explicitly makes biofuels like ethanol and biodiesel eligible for USDA assistance at the discretion of the Secretary of Agriculture. Biofuel producers have suffered from the drop in fuel demand during the pandemic, and I hope the Secretary will ensure that they are able to receive assistance which will further help our ag economy recover. Mr. President, I'm very happy that the COVID relief package includes an extension of the Thune-Warner Employer Participation in Repayment Act. The Thune-Warner bill allows employers to make tax-free contributions to their employees' student loans up to $5,250 per year. This is a win for employees who get help paying off their student loans, and it's also a win for employers as they look to attract and retain talented workers. Our bill was included in the CARES Act, the major coronavirus relief legislation we passed in March, but it was scheduled to expire at the end of the year. Under the coronavirus relief package, however, our legislation will be extended for an additional 5 years. The COVID relief package also includes Senator Cornyn's Small Business Expense Protection Act, which I co-sponsored. This legislation will ensure that small businesses that qualify for forgiveness of their Paycheck Protection Program loans can still deduct their ordinary business expenses on their taxes. The relief package also includes legislation I introduced this summer with Senator Enzi that will establish anti-fraud measures within the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program so that we can ensure that the beneficiaries are truly eligible for the program. Mr. President, we've addressed a lot of coronavirus priorities in this relief package, and I'm very pleased that we are finally getting it out the door. Republicans spent months pushing for additional targeted coronavirus relief, and I'm glad that Democrats finally decided that they were ready to work with us in a bipartisan way to arrive at this legislation. Mr. President, the Senate Democrat leader was just here once again attacking Republicans over their failure, the Democrats' failure, to work with us to get a coronavirus relief bill sooner. We passed, or I should say, we brought up on the floor multiple times legislation that could have passed if there had been a little cooperation from the Democrats. And he pointed out that this bill that we're going to be voting on today looks nothing like the Republican bill, which isn't the case. There are a lot of similarities, Mr. President, between the bill that we put on the floor in September and again in October, about $600 billion in targeted relief that address the most fundamental needs that the American people need right now. One is unemployment insurance extension for those who are unemployed. The very amount that is in the bill that we will vote on today was in the Republican bill that we brought to the floor in September and again in October and voted on here. The vaccine money, the money that's out there to help with the vaccines that are going to be so effective in trying to get this pandemic under control, was also in the bill that was on the floor both in September and in October. The relief for small businesses who have been hit hard by this pandemic and have seen their balance sheets and their income statements get depleted by its economic impact also would have been funded with additional Paycheck Protection Program relief in the bill that we brought before the Senate both in September and again in October. That very assistance is included in the legislation that we will vote on today. Money for schools, as I mentioned earlier, to help them reopen safely, something that was in the legislation that we voted on in September, again in October, and is in the legislation that we will vote on today. The only thing that is different, really, substantially different, Mr. President, from what we brought up on the floor back then is the assistance checks that are included in this legislation. And that is something that was a priority. It was a priority for members on the Republican side. It was a priority for members on the Democrat side. It was a priority for the White House. And so it ended up being included in this and hopefully will provide some much needed relief to people across this country who have been struggling with their personal finances and their family finances through the pandemic. So those are all things, Mr. President, that we have discussed and debated previously, and I would point out that contrary to the assertions made by the Democratic leader just now, there were numerous attempts to try and move this legislation previously. Now, it's fair to say that the House of Representatives did send the Senate a $3.4 trillion package, which was bloated and included lots of non-pandemic, non-coronavirus relief-related items, things that were on their liberal wish list, and that wasn't realistic, and they knew it. That was a campaign document designed to try and help them at the time win an election. But I'm glad, Mr. President, they have decided to get down and negotiate in a serious way, because the number that we are going to be passing today, a little under $1 trillion, about $900 billion, is very close to what Republicans put on the floor in September and again in October. It's a far cry from the $3.4 trillion bloated bill that the Democrats sent over from the House and the Democrats here in the Senate tried to advance and suggested that that should be what the Senate should vote on. Mr. President, we have said all along, we need to address this in a targeted way, a fiscally responsible way, a way that recognizes the most critical needs out there, both on the health care front and also on the economic front. And we have moved aggressively to address those needs, not once, but twice. Legislation, a real bill brought to the floor, which received a majority vote in the United States Senate. 52 United States senators in September and again in October voted here on the floor of the United States Senate to do the very things that I just mentioned. But it was blocked from even being considered by the Senate Democrats. As we all know, here in the Senate, it requires 60 votes to invoke cloture. It's a procedural motion to get on a bill. The Senate Democrats gave us no support to even get on the bill. And so, as a consequence, even though there was a majority support, 52 United States senators voting in favor of getting on and debating the bill because the Democrats blocked it, we didn't even have an opportunity to debate it. Not even to get on it, Mr. President, let alone offer amendments and have a discussion and a conversation and work on legislation. If they had objections to it or things they wanted to improve or things they wanted to make better, they would have had an opportunity to do that if we had simply been able to get on the bill. And so we are where we are today at this late hour in the year, Mr. President, December the 21st, Christmas week, doing this now because they didn't want to do it earlier. And some have publicly acknowledged that one of the reasons they didn't want to do it earlier is because there was a campaign underway. And they had hoped that there would be a new president, an opportunity to do it their way later. But nevertheless, Mr. President, we have before us now finally, at long last, a piece of legislation that addresses the most critical needs that are out there. And it is very similar in many ways, both in terms of the substance, the content, the features of the bill, and the overall price tag to what Republicans have brought on the floor of the United States Senate previously. And so I'm glad that we're finally going to get this done, but I absolutely disagree with the statements that were made earlier by the Democrat leader because they don't reflect reality. In fact, they don't reflect anything close to reality about what's been happening here in this chamber over the past several months when it comes to trying to provide much needed relief to the American people who are suffering from this pandemic. Mr. President, there are a couple of things that I would just mention briefly that aren't included in the bill, and I wish they were. I'm sorry that I have a bill called the Remote and Mobile Worker Relief Act was not included in the final bill. It's bipartisan legislation. It would have prevented unexpected tax bills and tax complications for medical professionals who traveled to other states to help during the pandemic, and for Americans who work from home to help slow the virus's spread. It's unfortunate that opposition from a handful of states with aggressive taxation policies like the Senate Democrat leader's home state of New York has so far prevented legislation like mine from getting through Congress. But, Mr. President, I will continue to fight for tax relief for remote and mobile workers. Mr. President, it's been a difficult year for our country. There are way too many virus infections, way too many hospitalizations, way too many people who have lost loved ones from this dreaded virus. It's affected people in so many ways: their health, their confidence, their economic standing and status, their mental health. There's just so many effects of this, Mr. President, and this winter is likely to be very challenging. But the encouraging news is there is light at the end of the tunnel. There's a vaccine out there that will get more widely out there. And thanks to the resources that we put into the first coronavirus bill, the CARES bill that passed last March, those vaccines have been moving forward at record speed, 5 times faster than any vaccine in history. Light is at the end of the tunnel, Mr. President. The vaccines are coming. They're going to be proven to be very effective. And there is additional funding in this particular legislation that we will vote on today to make sure that it gets distributed as quickly as possible. We're going to make it through this, and I look forward to sending the additional relief that's included in this legislation that we will move through the Senate today and put on the President's desk where he can sign it into law. I look forward to seeing that additional relief get out to the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to honor the life and service of Concord, North Carolina police officer Jason Shuping, who was tragically killed in the line of duty this week. Officer Shuping was only 25 years old and had served the Concord Police Department for 1.5 years with honor and distinction. Officer Shuping and Officer Caleb Robinson were responding to a 911 call for a car crash and an attempted carjacking. Officer Shuping and Robinson located the suspect and were prepared to bring him to justice. However, when Officer Shuping, Officer Robinson, and a third ALE officer approached, the suspect immediately began opening fire. Officers Shuping and Robinson were both shot. Additional officers arrived on the scene and took out the suspect. While Officer Robinson is fortunately expected to make a recovery, Officer Shuping tragically passed away from his injuries. Jason Shuping was an outstanding police officer who courageously ran to danger to protect residents of Concord. He was also a loving son and a husband to his wife, Haley. He was active in his community since his childhood. He attended East Rowan High School in Salisbury, and he was an honor student and track and field athlete at UNC Pembroke. He was a young man with a bright future ahead of him, described by those who knew him as a gentle soul who made an impact. His hometown paper, the Salisbury Post, noted, whether it was staying after practice to provide coaching to a youngster or coming back home from college to play the handbell at his church's ensemble, you could always count on Jason Shuping. It's no surprise to see the outpouring of love coming from our community of Concord to honor his life and service. There's been a candlelight vigil and a touching law enforcement escort that brought many residents and a long line of American flags proudly displayed. As we gather with our families this Christmas, my thoughts and prayers will be with the family of Officer Shuping. as well as the families of Mount Holly Police Officer Tyler Herndon and Nash County Deputy Sheriff Jared Allison, who also lost their lives this month in the line of duty. Those families are going through an unimaginable period of grief, but they should know that the people of North Carolina are forever grateful for the selfless service of their loved ones. And I will never forget the ultimate sacrifice that they made in answering the call to protect others. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to thank all of my colleagues who worked so hard on the bill that is coming to the floor today, the pandemic relief package. And we know all the top priorities in there, the vaccine distribution, and I want to thank Senator Schumer and leaders and those on both sides of the aisle that put more funding into that. I want to thank the group that has worked so hard on this agreement and this negotiation, and the Senate for their work, including Senator Manchin and Senator Romney and Senator Warner and Senators Shaheen and Hassan and Senator Durbin, as well as all of their Republican colleagues, Senator Collins and Murkowski, Senator Cassidy, that worked so hard on this original agreement with many others that joined in as well. This bill contains such important priorities, including unemployment and help to our hospitals and help to our rural areas, housing, rent, small businesses, unemployment, the direct checks. I think we all know that there's more work to be done, including next year, including for our cities and our states. But it is so important that we get this done by the end of the year. And I wanted to focus on something that I've worked on for quite a while with Senator Cornyn from Texas. We've done this on a bipartisan basis from the beginning, and it's the Save Our Stages Act. And when we first introduced it in July, we knew that it was going to be a long road. And we also knew that the only way we would get this done is by sticking together as a team and by working with other members of Congress from red and blue states. And by the end, as this bill is included in full in this package, we had 57 senators that sponsored this bill out of 100, with many more supporting it. We had over 200 House members. We worked so hard to make this about America and American music and American theater and American culture. We all know that you can't go stand in a mosh pit in the middle of a pandemic. These live entertainment venues were among the first businesses to close, and they will almost certainly be among the last to reopen. And this was about, yes, Nashville and New York, but it was just as much about the Fargo Theater or a small country music venue in Texas. And while we see the light at the end of the tunnel with the vaccines, we know that it will be quite a while before these businesses, which operate on such thin margins as it is, can keep going. And I think we also know the importance of the arts and music, not only as a cultural icon in America, but also as an economic driver. It's one of our number one exports when you combine all of it. And the fact that we were able to stick together with not only the nitty-gritty of this bill and this coalition and actually add partners, and as we went along, is a tribute to all the musicians out there, all the venues, all the lighting operators, all the truckers, everyone that came together and said, we're going to get this done. Because I know when Senator Cornyn and I first introduced it, people kind of pat us on the head and say, oh, this sounds nice. But I think when people started to hear the facts and how much this mattered to economies in even small towns, it made a difference. And in the end, to quote Minnesota's own Bob Dylan from Times They Are Changing, when he says, come senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway. Don't block the hall. No one blocked the hall. And I want to thank my colleagues, and I want to especially thank the Senator Cornyn. We've led many bills together, and we had to go back and forth a lot. I want to thank Dana Frank, who is the head of First Avenue in Minnesota, made famous, of course, by Prince. Prince wouldn't be Prince if not for First Avenue. Everyone in our state, when they think about First Avenue, they think about Prince. And she is the head of the National Venue Association. She called me one night in the beginning of the pandemic and said, I just can't make it through this without some help. And they got a PPP loan, but that was not enough for these venues because of the unique circumstance where they cannot partially open. You can't go to a theater right now and sit elbow to elbow with your friends and family. I also want to thank my legislative director, Doug Kalidas, who has worked on this from the beginning, including all the last month late-night negotiations, and did a wonderful job. I want to thank Senator Schumer, McConnell, Pelosi, Representative Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi, and Representative McCarthy, Leader McCarthy, for getting this over the finish line. Senator McConnell for putting it in his original bill, and then Senator Schumer, who cares so much about this because of all of the great music and acts and everything coming out of New York State. And it was certainly very, very helpful, and that would put it mildly, to have Senator Schumer in the room where it happens, where the last negotiations were made. I also want to thank Senator Shaheen and Collins, who worked on this in the original negotiation, and Senator Cardin and Rubio with the Small Business Committee, who made this a priority. And then finally, our House authors, our bipartisan House authors, Senator Welsh, Representative Welsh and Representative Williams, for their work. So, how this works. The Small Business Administration will create a new $15 billion grant program to help venues cover 6 months of expenses and make it through this pandemic. We're very hopeful that once the summer comes, that we're going to see more and more openings because of the vaccines, because of what I hope will be, with the new administration, an increased emphasis on testing, and that we'll see more and more venues be able to open. The grants can be used to cover all the major costs the venues have to pay to stay in business, including rent and mortgage, utilities, employee wages, key, benefits, maintenance costs, state and local taxes, payments to contractors, purchases of protective equipment. Venues that are at the greatest risk of closing, and sadly we've already lost a number of our venues, will have priority access to the majority of the grant funding. All venues will be able to apply within 4 weeks of the program's launch with the Small Business Administration, but in the first 2 weeks, those venues that have suffered 90% revenue loss over the year before will be the first to be able to apply for these grants. So, we don't want to be in Congress to let the music die. And we don't want that to happen to any of our other places of culture in America either. That's why over the last month or so we have worked with the museums and with the zoos, and I want to especially thank Senator Schumer for his work on that, as well as Senator Blunt and many others who worked with us. And we wanted to make sure, and as well as the movie theaters, we wanted to make sure that if we expanded our coalition, that we didn't hurt the originals, which were these small theaters and small music venues across the country. We did not do this, because this new program will be a lifeline for small entertainment venues across the country, like First Avenue, like the Blue Stem Amphitheater in Moorhead, Minnesota. It will also help the millions of Americans who work behind the scenes and who have been sidelined, from the engineers and truck drivers to the ticket takers and the designers and the spot operators. It will help revive the local economies of neighborhoods and small towns across this nation. It is not every day that a coalition sticks together from beginning to end, that they've kept with their original purpose, haven't been picked off, haven't gotten in infighting, but this group did it. And maybe it's because so many Americans at home right now cherish music and entertainment and that part of America like they've never done. But they're watching things alone. They're listening to concerts by themselves. They're listening to them with their iPhones, or they're listening to them on their computers, and it's not quite the same. And we also know all of these artists that don't exactly get a big boost up by themselves with huge funding when they first start out. So many of them start at these little venues, a country music band playing at that Blue Stem Amphitheater, a little local theater troupe trying out a new play in Lanesboro, Minnesota. They can't do it without these venues. So today we celebrate the fact that we held together. And not only are we passing this bill as part of this package, we actually brought in friends and we brought in partners and we made it even a bigger deal than it was to begin with. So as I began by quoting the great Bob Dylan from Minnesota, I will end. He once said, "Well, I sing by night, wander by day. I'm on the road and it looks like I'm here to stay." Finally, we are reaching out to this group of employees and these businesses and say, we want you to be here to stay. So thank you to Save Our Stages and all of our colleagues that worked so hard on this, and special thanks to my friend Senator Cornyn. Again, when we did this, we didn't know if we would be able to mount this grassroots effort, but it happened because artists and fans just wouldn't give up. So thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank, first of all, the preceding speaker, Senator Klobuchar, for her efforts to help those venues and those entertainment areas that have, at this point, been left out. I certainly have some of those in West Virginia, and I'm pleased to say that the coronavirus package that we're putting together today will help those folks and hopefully get them over the hump. Before I begin, I would like to wish everybody, as much as they can, a happy holiday, a joyful new year. Turning the page of 2020 is something I think we're all pretty anxious to do. And it seems like sometimes it seems like the longest year, and sometimes it seems like the shortest year. But it definitely seems like Groundhog Day a lot of the year. So I am very pleased that we have this relief package in front of us. While I'm glad that agreement has been reached, we certainly should have done this earlier and could have done this earlier. We have been working since July to deliver targeted additional relief through efforts such as we put forward in the CARES Act. And it's been voted down twice, once in September, once in October. To date, we, the Republicans, have offered targeted relief legislation, voted in favor of enhanced employment benefits, more money for our schools, which would have been great to have early September and should have had early September. We voted in favor of standalone emergency funding for the Paycheck Protection Program, which we know is exceedingly important, more dollars for vaccine and testing so that we can get the great news of the vaccine that we see coming forward out to everybody in this country. And we've offered all kinds of ideas to the other side, but they blocked it. All of this. And I'm glad to say that after all this, we have finally joined together, realizing that yes, a deal is better than no deal. Last week, unfortunately, a very good friend of mine passed away after battling the coronavirus. At one point in her life, she was a small business owner. And I've thought so much about her over the last several weeks. And I thought, what would she say when she knew that months ago, as a small business owner, we could have delivered the same help to her that we're delivering today? We have got to do better by the people that we represent. It is disappointing that the politics have gotten into the way. It's disappointing and, quite frankly, insulting in my view when I see the Speaker of the House admitting to holding out on this relief because she thought it would be beneficial politically in the end. We can do much better than this. I'm also a proud member of the Appropriations Committee, and we've worked hard to get these funds and resources where they are most needed, especially in a year like this one. But due to delays, critically needed resources to combat the opioid epidemic have had to wait. Investments to improve broadband have had to wait. Research dollars into Alzheimer's have had to wait, and the list goes on. This is so frustrating to me, as it should be to every American. And I know they're frustrated because they tell us they are. But here now we were able to include funds for things that are important to me in my state of West Virginia, things such as fossil energy research, our universities, and the many federal facilities that call West Virginia home. I encourage my colleagues to support this important legislation that reflects our nation's priorities and funds the government, which is our responsibility as members of Congress. Within the Omnibus Appropriations Act is the FY21 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. I chair that subcommittee, and it was with great pride that I can report to the American people and to West Virginians that this title invests billions of dollars to protect our homeland. We maintain our commitment to border security through a border wall system to include physical barriers and enhanced technologies. We avoided a drastic cut to our cybersecurity capabilities that we see we need more now, more than ever, after all of the reports and the vicious cyber attack that we saw launched, that we uncovered, that has been launched against many of those in our country, not just government, but private sector as well. And we continue our commitment to use every resource at our disposal in the effort to prevent those opioids that are killing our people. And we see the overdoses going up and the deaths from overdose going up during this pandemic. We try to get the resources to our Homeland Security folks to prevent those drugs from entering this country at all. The men and women of the Department of Homeland Security work constantly against threats both old and new, traditional and emerging, and deserve the support this legislation gives them. So while this is great news in the end, I'll repeat what I said earlier, and that is Congress can do better. We could have done this earlier, and it should have been done earlier. So there's no reason we should be standing here several days before Christmas discussing the items that were ready to go several months ago. But we are where we are as we turn the page gleefully into 2021. I think we should all pledge to one another and to the country that we will do better. We will work better with each other and prevent the politics from infecting every decision that could positively impact so many people in this country. And lastly, I'd give a hat tip to my friend, who I will miss seeing, and who was a great friend to our family, longtime friend of our family, Godspeed. And I know she's dancing up there with her mom and dad because they love to dance. Thank you.
Senator from Kentucky.
Republicans like to mock modern monetary theory, the idea that government can print money with impunity, that government can spend whatever it wants without the need to tax. Modern monetary theory is basically the Dick Cheney deficits don't matter crowd, trussed up with a new fancy title. Most Republicans rightly lampoon this quackery, that is, when they're not practicing the quackery themselves. Today, many of these same Republicans will vote for a bill that makes modern monetary theory look like child's play in comparison. The monster spending bill presented today is not just a deficits don't matter disaster, it is everything Republicans say they don't believe in. This bill is free money for everyone. Proponents don't care if you're fully employed or own your own house or own your own business. Free money for everyone, they cry. And yet, if free money were the answer, if money really grew on trees, why not give more free money? Why not give it out all the time? Why stop at $600 a person? Why not $1,000? Why not $2,000? Maybe these new free money Republicans should join the Everybody Gets a Guaranteed Income caucus. Why not $20,000 a year for everybody? Why not $30,000? If we can print up money with impunity, why not do it? The Treasury can just keep printing the money. That is, until someone points out that the emperor has no clothes and that the dollar no longer has value. To so-called conservatives who are quick to identify the socialism of Democrats, if you vote for this spending monstrosity, you are no better. When you vote to pass out free money, you lose your soul and you abandon forever any semblance of moral or fiscal integrity. So the next time you see Republicans in high moral dudgeon claiming and complaining about spending of Democrats and socialism, remind them if they supported this monstrous bill that really the difference between the parties is less Adam Smith versus Marx and more Marx versus Engels. How bad is our fiscal situation? Well, the federal government brought in $3.3 trillion last year and spent $6.6 trillion. The deficit last year, a record-busting $3.3 trillion. If you're looking for more COVID bailout money, we don't have any. The coffers are bare. We have no rainy day fund. We have no savings account. Congress has spent all the money long ago. The economic damage from this pandemic is not the reason for this runaway spending. This spending's been going on for decades. Every year, even before we get to all the extra COVID-free money, we've been spending $1 trillion we don't have. Today's money is gone. So Congress is spending tomorrow's money. The spending chart is a red line of red ink that goes on forever. When we talk about spending tomorrow's money, it's not just the money that we need next month. It's the money we might need in a decade. It's the money we will need in 1, 2, 3 generations from now. For national defense, for infrastructure. This is the money that your children and your grandchildren will pay back with interest. The deficit doubling and tripling. Under George Bush, it went from $5 trillion to $10 trillion. Under President Obama, it went from 10 to 20 trillion. We're now at 27 trillion, but we're adding it at $1 trillion a year before we get to this COVID budget-busting bailout. Every tax-paying American already owes over $136,000, and they're staring at projections into the future that show no end. We are $27 trillion in debt today. How do we expect a child to have the economic opportunity when this crushing debt is their inheritance from Congress? The numbers are mind-boggling. It's hard to conceive of what $1 billion is, much less $1 trillion. How big is $1 billion? Well, 1 billion seconds ago was 1988, and Reagan was president. 1 billion minutes ago, Jesus walked the shore of the Sea of Galilee. 1 billion hours ago, man still lived in caves. But $1 billion ago was just 80 minutes ago. $1 billion ago, at the rate Congress spends money, was just 80 minutes ago. All of this should be setting off alarm bells. But the only alarm bells in Congress are sounding the alarm for more spending and more debt. No cuts, no offsets, no pay-fors, no prioritization. Just print up more money and give it out to everybody because it's free money, come and get yours. Well, the getting's good, but it leads to a mountain of debt. Spend all this money and leave the future to figure itself out. John Maynard Keynes was once asked, what about the long run? He said, in the short run, you can make a stimulus, you can print money, and you can give it to everybody. And Maynard Keynes, his response was, in the long run, we'll all be dead. No concern for the future, only for the immediate. Our budget deficit for 2020 was $3.3 trillion, but this new spending package will also give us another $2 trillion in the next fiscal year. By refusing to acknowledge the debt crisis, we are only hastening the day of economic reckoning. Total debt was 55% of GDP just 20 years ago. Today it's 128% of GDP. So our total debt is more than our GDP, 128% of our GDP. The World Bank estimates there's a tipping point of debt to GDP at about 77%. Every percentage point costs another tenth or so of economic growth. So every year we're giving up somewhere between 5 to 8% of growth every year because of this burden of debt. This is thousands of jobs every year, tens of thousands of jobs that we lose because of this burden of debt. We are borrowing and worsening this debt crisis in part because too many governors and mayors have imposed heavy-handed restrictions that crush business. It isn't the pandemic that's killing the economy, it's the government's overzealous response that is killing the economy. The pandemic itself was disrupted, but Congress is being asked to help perpetuate these lockdowns. The more money we give to the states, the more they keep us in lockdown. Every bailout dollar printed and passed out to the governors only allows these tin-pot dictators to perpetuate the lockdowns. Their rules are arbitrary and unscientific. Governors and mayors across the country are picking winners and losers. Businesses, some that have been in families for generations, are being wiped out because they're not allowed to open. Restaurants have to close their doors for indoor dining, but then they get told they can open at limited capacity. But then they are told they have to close again. And then they get told they can open outside, and then they're told they can't open outside. Confusing, doesn't even explain the half of it. Bars are told that they can only serve alcohol if people are sitting and not standing, and only if they have heavy foods on their menus. Restaurants are told they can serve outdoors, then they have their permission revoked after they've sunk time and money converting their restaurant to outdoor services. But a caterer is told they can still serve outside. Businesses are told they have to close at an arbitrary time determined by government officials as though the virus only comes out late at night. A business in one zip code can open, but one in an adjoining zip code across the street has to close, as if the virus can't cross an imaginary line. Airlines are allowed to fly, but hotels have to limit their occupancy, so you may not have anywhere to stay when you get there. Mom and pop stores and specialty stores are forced to close, but big box store competitors are allowed to stay open. How is any business expected to survive with this kind of arbitrary regulation that changes from day to day? Meanwhile, many schools remain closed, despite overwhelming evidence showing kids can learn safely in person. Which means parents can't go to work, which forces parents to leave their jobs and take care of homebound kids. Now, they have no income because the government forced them to leave their jobs to take care of their kids, and many kids are struggling with this improvised virtual school. The need for help is real. I hear it every day from Kentuckians and across the country. But it's clear that government has worsened the economic damage and acted as the biggest obstacle to economic recovery. There is no free money that can get us out of this situation. The only thing that can save us is to open the economy. If we give these tin-pot dictators, these governors, more money, they're less likely to open the economy. The answer is not printing up and distributing free money. It's opening the economy. We're not even debating the real answer to this. We're like, just print up the money and shovel it out the door. The deficit be damned. The threat of the destruction of our currency be damned. We can choose to let our economies open with guidance and precautions, but not obstruction. Let people rebuild their livelihoods. Reopen our schools so our kids can return and parents can go back to work. Congress should do away with automatic spending increases and scrutinize where in the budget we can find savings to pay for the pressing needs arising from the pandemic. But we shouldn't simply print up money and pass it out to everyone. Or Congress can follow the status quo. Congress can continue to borrow from our kids, the same children we've locked out of our schools. Congress can keep enabling and shutting down businesses by force, spend all of today's money and all of tomorrow's money, and then good luck. Good luck figuring out how to pay for all of this massive debt. It doesn't have to be this way. There is another alternative that won't be debated, and that alternative is open the economy. It's not too late to change our course. Cut unnecessary spending, eliminate waste, stop fighting a $50 billion a year war in Afghanistan that hasn't had a military mission in at least a decade. Make the hard decisions now. We can't keep pretending that more debt is a sustainable policy course. Leadership is not passing on the problem to someone who can't protest. Leadership is making the hard choices now. This is what we have to do. I will oppose this new debt, and I will continue to sound the alarm until we change our course. Our country can be saved. We can survive this if we pull together, but adding more debt is a mistake. It is not the solution, and we should resist it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
President, I see we are not in a quorum call, and I was planning to speak in a few minutes, but in the news things have been filed now appropriately. Let me speak in my role not only as the senator from Vermont, but as the vice chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee. We've had months of delay and painstaking negotiations. Sometimes those negotiations have gone all weekend long till midnight, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. But this afternoon we have before us a spending package. It includes all 12 appropriations bills for fiscal year 2021. It also includes a vitally important COVID relief package. Those are the numbers, the figures, but let's talk about what it means. It provides funding for programs that are critically important to the American people, and I'd like to see it swiftly passed on the President's desk. After all, it's not like we're suddenly rushing things. We're 2 months and 20 days into the fiscal year. It'd be absolutely outrageous if we delayed further. Now, as Vice Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, I worked hard to reach agreement on this omnibus appropriations bill. They'll fund the federal government through the remainder of the fiscal year without relying on a long-term continuing resolution, as has sometimes been done in the past. That was not an easy task. The budget caps were very lean this year, and we had to stay within those. They provided a less than 1% increase in non-defense discretionary spending, and that's to meet the needs of a nation that's reeling from the worst public health pandemic in a century. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be difficult. But it's made even more difficult because of the global health and economic crisis we face. But notwithstanding that tight top line, we produced a bill that provides important increases in programs that serve the American people and invest in our economy. And I think it, Bill, finally drives a stake through the heart of the administration's effort to substantially diminish the role of government in helping Americans in need and in promoting economic growth. Now, we all know that President Trump's first budget proposed to substantially diminish the role of government. He wanted to cut non-defense spending by 9% in fiscal 2018, 18% by 2021. He wanted to completely eliminate programs millions of Americans rely on every day. The 4 years Congress, leading Republicans and Democrats, came together, and we rejected these ill-conceived, arbitrary, and reckless cuts. And this year, I'll say to my colleagues, those who worked hard with us on the Democratic side, the Republican side, who came together on this, those especially who worked hard with us in the Appropriations Committee, we're going to do the same in rejecting these arbitrary cuts. Now, this agreement is a product of weeks of hard work and compromise. It's not the bill I would have written on my own. It includes things I support, and I must admit some things I oppose. But that's often the way legislation is. No one senator gets everything that he or she wants. But together we can get things that the country wants. An on-balance passage of this bill is unquestionably in the interest of the American people. Let me talk about some of the things. The omnibus spending bill includes increases for education and early childhood programs. It provides more funding for substance abuse and mental health services. And I think every one of us know from what we hear from back home, these services are of utmost importance in these extremely difficult times. It provides more for food assistance programs, both here and abroad. Assistance is desperately needed as many families struggle to survive during this pandemic. It includes increases for housing and homelessness services to help those that are the most vulnerable. These are all programs that my fellow Democrats fought hard to include. Now, I support this agreement. As I said, I appreciate those who have worked with us, weekends, holidays, after midnight, so many nights. But I'm deeply disappointed that the Congress is so unforgivably late in completing our work. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever why this bill could not have been finished months ago. Now, I thank Chairman Shelby and Chairwoman Loy and Ranking Member Granger for their cooperation and partnership. We worked through our differences on the omnibus spending bill. As a Big Four, we realized we had to balance the needs and requests of all our members. I urge all members to support it. As for the omnibus, now before us today is the much delayed COVID relief package. It too is the product of bipartisan compromise. And while it falls short in some critical areas, I support the agreement. It's also long overdue. The American people have been waiting for help for far too long. And I worry that our Republican leadership took a wait-and-see approach. We were ready to go on this way last summer, but for 270 days, Majority Leader McConnell and the Senate Republicans have blocked every reasonable effort to provide desperately needed relief, even as members of their party said quietly, "We wish we could do something." Now, this package is far from perfect, but time is not on our side. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's look at what the good things are in here. It provides much needed investments in our economy with support for small businesses. Small businesses like those in my state of Vermont or those in the state of the presiding officer or anybody else here. It provides relief for unemployed workers by extending unemployment benefits into March. It makes investments in vaccine production and distribution. It supports health providers and educators and farmers and transportation providers. It provides critical investments to expand broadband in rural and low-income areas, access which is vitally important in these difficult times when many schools and many businesses are operating remotely. It includes another round of direct payments to millions of Americans who are still struggling to pay their mortgage or their rent and feed their families and heat their homes and meet their monthly obligations. Many can't do all those things. Now they'll at least get help. And I urge that this bill also includes $4 billion in emergency funding for the Gavi Alliance. Let me explain that. And I appreciate those senators who supported me on that money, the emergency funding for Gavi. This is for the procurement and delivery of vaccines to countries around the world whose rudimentary public health systems are being overwhelmed by COVID-19, whose economies are in free fall due to the virus. We cannot defeat this global pandemic, and international travel and commerce will not recover without fighting the virus overseas. Just as we did during the Obama administration. We were faced with Ebola. The administration and the Congress came together and said, Sure, we'll protect here in the United States, but we'll also work at getting rid of it in other countries, because if it flourishes in another country, it's an airplane trip away from our country. So I support the package. But I want to be very clear. This COVID bill is only a first step. We have to do more. Vermonters and the American people need more. The direct payments included in this package are a fraction of what we should have provided, given the dire financial situation of millions of people across this nation. People are hungry. Unemployment continues to plague our economies. We should have acted months ago. But let's at least act on this today. Families are struggling to pay their rent and put food on their table. I'll continue to fight for more. I've made hundreds of phone calls around my own state of Vermont. I've talked to people that I've never met, but I know that there are people who are typical of Vermonters, but they'd be typical of people in any one of the states we represent. And I hear the fear in their voice. I hear the concern they have. In the middle of the winter, as snow is coming down, do we heat or do we eat? How many meals should we as parents go without so we can make sure our children are fed? How are our children going to go do school if they're hungry? Now look at state and local governments. Around the country, they've laid off over 1,300,000 teachers, first responders, and other employees since March. They need our help. And sometimes things we don't talk about. Rates of spousal abuse and child abuse have increased during the crisis. We should be providing funds for the Violence Against Women Act and Child Abuse Prevention grants. Just as Republicans and Democrats joined me a few years ago, when I greatly expanded, with the help of Senator Mike Crapo, in a bipartisan fashion, the Violence Against Women Act, and the things we did. And none of us, even at that time, could have conceived of the crises we're facing now in the country. In my state, Vermonters are facing the coldest, darkest months of winter. They're struggling to heat their homes. The families need help paying their utility bills through the LIHEAP program, and we'll help that program. You know, when it's 20 degrees below zero, and you've had 15 inches of snow overnight, you can't really look at this as an abstract thing and say, golly, maybe we should have a program to heat our home. You're going to die if you don't. And we're finally making progress in delivering a vaccine to the American people, but the pandemic is far from over. We know that notwithstanding a lot of the things said about this is on its way, everybody's going to get one, there are huge gaps in all parts of our country in getting the virus to them. And I'll be the first at the negotiating table to work with President Biden and the 117th Congress to address the many needs that remain unmet in this bill. Now, the House will send this bill over to us. I would urge all members to vote aye when it comes here. Again, I have to look back at the history of this body. I have to look at the people who have worked so hard on so many things over the years. And I know that we have people in both parties that try to address the needs of our country. And I don't say this with pleasure, but with sadness. I'm the Dean of the United States Senate. Next year, I'll start my 47th year in this body. I've seen us come together at a time when it's needed. But then I've seen one of the greatest needs I've seen in my years in the Senate that we ignored for month after month after month. all of this could have been done in July or August or September or October or November, not the very last minute. And why didn't we? We had to take time. We had to take time breaking all tradition, all the promises that have been given by the other side. We had to take time to move one special interest supported judge after another to lifetime jobs where they'll be paid well. They don't have to worry about paying their bills. In all 50 of our states, we had people who were being tossed out of their homes, tossed out of their apartments, lost their jobs, unable to feed their children, with the fear and the anxiety a parent has in telling a child, no, I don't know what tomorrow will be like. I don't know what next month will be like. We'll pray and we'll hope, but I don't know. You know, we could have stopped that anxiety in June when the House bill came over here, or in July, or in August, or in September, or in October, or November. We're doing some of it now. But I'd ask every senator to search their conscience. Wouldn't it have been better if all of us on both sides had stood up and said, put everything else aside. Put aside all the special interest nominations. Put that aside. And let's care for the one special interest we should have. That's the American people. Care for those men and women who elected us at either party, who rely on us. I've never seen this country so split apart, or having such fear, except for a privileged few, and maybe that includes us. Well, I'm not here to represent me. I'm here to represent over 600,000 Vermonters, to fulfill my oath to the whole country, 320 million Americans. And what we should be doing is saying, never again will we let these kind of partisan politics slow up and not allow us to go forward. We know, and it's easy to say now, we should have taken the bill that came from the House of Representatives last summer, brought up on the floor. Anybody didn't like it, file an amendment to change it. Vote for it, vote against it. Vote for or against the amendments you might bring up. That's what we usually do. I know how to vote. I voted over 16,000 times. Why don't we just vote? If we had done that this summer, it may not be a perfect bill, but it would be better than where we are. Every member, Republican, Democratic alike, would have had a chance to bring up their amendment. They could have made their case. They either win or they lose. We'd go to the committee of conference, we'd have the bill done. I say all this not to just be a technocrat on what needs to be done, but to say this is how you reflect the needs of the American people. When we faced the threat of Ebola in the last administration, we stood together, both parties. We helped the countries that were suffering from Ebola, and in doing so, we protected the United States of America, and we helped those in this country that might face it. That was a shining moment. That was a moment of America at its best. This is not. I do hope we can do better next year. I know as senior Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, I will fight to do better. But I also use what voice and what example I might give as Dean of the Senate to say to both parties, here's what we do. I think of such examples when Bob Dole, one of the best leaders this Senate had, a Republican, came together with Senator Pat Moynihan, one of the most brilliant senators I've served with, a Democrat. And that Republican Democrat came together, set aside their philosophical differences, cared for the country, and saved Social Security. I could give so many more examples. But that's when the Senate acted as the conscience of the nation. And how did it do that? It appealed to our conscience. I just use that one example because people said that they couldn't possibly do the things, difficult things necessary to save Social Security. Democrats wouldn't give this and Republicans wouldn't give that. And instead you had two senators of conscience said, we can do it. Let's do it. And then let's use our leadership and our conscience to bring others together. And that distinguished Republican, Senator Robert Dole, that distinguished Democrat, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, came together and we saved Social Security. And those of us in the Senate in both parties who voted for the final package knew we were going to have to vote for some things that would be unpopular with constituencies. But instead of worrying about special interests or single issue constituencies, we worried about the men and women of our states and what they would face if we didn't come together. And that's what we voted for, and we saved it. I sometimes say that senators are merely constitutional impediments to their staffs, but we could not do the work we do without the staff. And I want to thank the staff who worked tirelessly to produce the bill. And by tirelessly, I mean till after midnight many nights and weekends and holidays. And when the rest of the Senate had gone home, they were still working. I know, because much of that time, I'd be on the phone with them, I'd be working with them, and finally I'd say, it's so late at night, everybody should go to bed. And when I woke up in the morning, there'd be a memo sent to me at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, because they kept on working. So I thank Chuck Kiefer, Shannon Paterni, Jessica Berry, Diane Neller, Jean Tolison, Eric Raven, Doug Clapp, Ellen Murray, Scott Nance, Rachel Taylor, Alex Keenan, Michelle Dominiquez, Tim Reeser, Dabney Haig, and all the staff of the Senate Appropriations Committee on both bills. And I would thank Chairman Shelby's staff, Shannon Hines, Jonathan Graffield, and David Atkins. Normally senators at this time might put these names just in the record. I wanted to say them out loud on the floor because they should hear their names said out loud and know how much I appreciate what they've done, not just for the United States Senate, but for the United States of America. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
The senator from Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to vaccinate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to encourage all Americans to join the fight to support our nation and our jobs and stand up against the growing threat of Communist China. I've been saying it for months. Buying American products is the number one thing we can do to support American jobs and stand up to our foreign adversaries. There's a new Cold War occurring between the United States and Communist China, and we must be crystal clear about the negative impacts of continuing to buy Chinese-made products. General Secretary Xi is a dictator and human rights violator. He's yet another communist leader trying to be the dominant world power. The Communist Party of China is stripping the people of Hong Kong of their freedoms, as the presiding officer experienced when he was over there, cracking down on dissidents, militarizing the South China Sea, supporting Maduro's genocide in Venezuela, surveilling its citizens, and imprisoning more than 1 million Uyghurs in internment camps simply because of their religion. Communist China is stealing American jobs and technology and spying on our citizens. Is this the kind of nation we want to be sending our money to? Absolutely not. Washington politicians have been too concerned with short-term political success and have long ignored the long-term threats of Communist China to our way of life. But not anymore. It's time to take action. Now more than ever, Americans must remember that every time we buy a product made in China, we're putting another dollar into the pocket of the people stealing our jobs and our technology, denying their people basic human rights, and propping up dangerous dictators like Maduro in Venezuela. We cannot continue to rely on countries like Communist China, who lied about the coronavirus and refuse to be a partner in solving this crisis, for critical supplies. This outbreak has shown why we need to end our reliance on foreign supply chains. As a nation, we need to finally take a stand and demand that Communist China is removed from our supply chain. I'm proud to lead my colleagues in a bipartisan resolution calling on Americans to buy products made in the U.S. whenever possible. Buying American is not partisan, and I'm glad my colleagues from both sides of the aisle are continuing to come together to encourage Americans to take a stand. I know it's not always easy, but it's an important step we could all take at home to support American jobs, American producers, and American manufacturers, while helping build up the U.S. supply chain. In my state, we take immense pride in products made in Florida. It's a driving force that led to our incredible economic turnaround.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, here we are, the 21st of December, 4 days to Christmas, and Congress is finally getting around to doing its duty on COVID-19 relief, as well as the omnibus appropriation bill, which will keep the government open, keep the lights on through the end of the fiscal year next September. I have to editorialize here that I think this is a terrible process. It's a terrible process. I just saw one of the Texas delegation House members saying, I'm expected to review thousands of pages of an appropriation bill and a COVID-19 relief bill in the next couple of hours and then vote on it this evening. We'll be in the same posture. But this is, as terrible as this process is, it was intentionally created. I'm sure that the appropriation chairman, Richard Shelby, and Leader McConnell would have loved to have a regular appropriation process to vote out each of the subcommittee appropriations, pass them using regular order, giving the members of the Congress a chance to offer amendments and maybe improve the bill. But we weren't provided that opportunity because essentially the Democratic leader and the Speaker of the House of Representatives understands that this kind of broken process empowers them to the detriment of individual members of the Congress and to the detriment of the people we represent. It empowers them, not the rank and file members. So I believe this is, and the same thing is true on COVID-19, of course. We passed the CARES Act in March. We tried to come back and replenish some of those funds. We're successful in doing so, for example, on the Paycheck Protection Program. But there was obvious that there was more need, and on at least 3 occasions, maybe 4, but at least 3, we offered another $500 billion in relief, only to be blocked by Democrats here in the Senate. Speaker Pelosi was candid. She basically said, well, this is about politics. We don't want President Trump to get credit for Congress stepping up in a bipartisan way to provide relief to the American people in the run-up to the election. So this is where we are. We know what we have to do. We have to prevent the government from shutting down. We know that there's genuine need across the country for more COVID-19 relief, so we need to do that. But I would also point out we're going to do roughly $900 billion of additional COVID-19 relief bills when Speaker Pelosi and the Democratic leader in the Senate, Senator Schumer, turned down a $1.8 trillion offer from Secretary of the Treasury Mnuchin. So rather than accept twice as much earlier because it didn't fit their political playbook, now they're accepting half when they realize they've run out of runway. Well, Mr. President, the months-long stalemate is finally broken. Yesterday evening, the so-called four corners, the Speaker, the Republican leader in the House, the Democratic minority leader here in the Senate, Senator McConnell, they've reached agreement on a bipartisan package of bills to support the American people through the continued fight against COVID-19. And despite my comments about the process and what brings us here, with so little time and ability to affect some of the content, I hope this legislation will pass and reach the President's desk in a matter of hours. I think we could all agree this bill could not have come soon enough. Since this summer, Republicans and Democrats have been miles apart on the size and shape of the next COVID-19 bill. Democrats, as I indicated, wanted a $3 trillion bill they called the HEROES Act. while we supported a more targeted approach. That's when Speaker Pelosi uttered those now famous words, "Nothing is better than something." Well, I've always believed that something is better than nothing. But the big picture disagreements prevented any progress from being made, even though we, by and large, agreed on about 80% of what needed to be done. And that is included in the bills that we will vote on here in the next few hours. Well, after the election, the Speaker and Democratic leader here in the Senate, I guess, decided that they no longer needed to hold the American people hostage because the election had now come and gone. So there were bipartisan negotiations that broke out, which have led to targeted package bills, to a targeted package that can earn the support of both parties and the signature of President Trump. It's safe to say there could not be a more urgent need for action from Congress. The last several days have proven that we are indeed at an inflection point, a turning point in our ongoing fight against this virus. One successful vaccine has already been administered to thousands of healthcare workers across the country. In my state alone, the governor estimates that 1 million people will be vaccinated by the end of this month. That's something we should all be thankful for and applaud. And Friday evening, the FDA authorized a second safe and effective vaccine made by Moderna, meaning that millions more doses will be reaching Americans, in particular our frontline heroes, in the coming days. These are developments that we've been waiting, hoping, investing, and praying for, but it's not a silver bullet. We're still battling this pandemic, and it's likely to be with us for the foreseeable future. But the good news is people who are particularly vulnerable because of their age or underlying chronic illnesses will likely be able to get the vaccine no later than March. And Dr. Fauci said by June, anybody in America who wants the vaccine can get it. Well, this next phase of our fight will determine how quickly we're able to defeat COVID-19 and regrow our economy. This legislation will clearly help us get there. First, it will provide the needed support for vaccine distribution. Not only is there been a modern-day medical miracle in developing these safe and effective vaccines, now the logistics of getting it to 330 million people in America are just completely daunting, but it's happening. Millions of doses have already been delivered to hospitals across the country. And in the coming months, millions, tens of millions more will be distributed as we launch this massive vaccination campaign. And while the cost of the vaccine has already been covered, the range of associated expenses that come with it have not been. For everything from transportation infrastructure to deliver the vaccines, to ultra-low temperature freezers to store them, to personal protective equipment for our healthcare heroes to safely administer those costs have added up and need to be provided for in this legislation. This legislation will, in fact, provide billions of dollars to help cover these kinds of costs and ensure the race to distribute these vaccines is as successful as the race to develop them. Part of that is through relief for airlines, which will transport the vaccines to communities across the country. This assistance will enable our airlines to carry out their important role in the vaccine relay race, all while keeping their employees on payroll and preparing for a strong post-pandemic recovery. These two successful vaccines so far are moving us closer and closer to the end of this crisis, but we still have a ways to go. And the American people need and deserve our support in getting there. Millions of workers have no way to earn a paycheck. Food banks are experiencing Depression-era lines each week. Farmers and ranchers have lost their traditional markets, small businesses are sinking, and parents and teachers are still worried about a safe return to in-person learning for our students. This targeted relief package will send desperately needed support to each of these groups for each of those causes. The workers who had the rug pulled out from them earlier this year will continue to receive the federally enhanced unemployment benefits under the CARES Act that would otherwise expire the day after Christmas. And state unemployment benefits will be bolstered, as I said, by $300 a week in federal benefits through March 14th of next year. We will also provide a second, more targeted direct payment to the hardest hit Americans with up to $600 per individual. That means that a family of four making up to $150,000 will receive $2,400 in the coming days. This bill will ensure that the basic needs of low-income households, school children, and those in long lines at food banks will be met. It also provides $13 billion for a time-limited federal nutrition benefit increase, as well as at least $1.9 billion for the coronavirus food assistance programs at food banks. Our farmers and ranchers and producers who've lost significant or all the value of their crops will also receive $13 billion in agricultural assistance to strengthen the farm safety net, which benefits us all. This has been a difficult year for millions of families in Texas and across the country, as parents have worried about how to pay bills and buy groceries, let alone Christmas gifts under their tree for their children. I know this will not erase all of the financial uncertainty, but it will go a long way to provide some help to those whose livelihoods have been thrown into chaos. And I hope it will also provide reassurance for the parents and teachers who've worried about a safe return to in-person learning. This legislation provides $82 billion for education and will help our K through 12 students, colleges, and universities get their education programs back on track. This relief bill will also extend additional support to Texas small businesses. Our small businesses continue to struggle. With the arrival of winter weather, that's been especially true for restaurants and other businesses that have relied on outdoor seating. Many of these businesses utilize the Paycheck Protection Program to help them cover payroll and other expenses earlier this year. But the program expired in August, and our hardest hit small businesses are in dire need of more support. This legislation will provide another $284 billion in the Paycheck Protection Program. This has been an enormously successful program in my state, with 417,000 loans that are convertible into grants under certain circumstances, worth some $41 billion. This has been a lifesaver for many of our small businesses and the workers they employ. The hardest hit businesses will be able to take a second draw of the PPP and provide more stability for their businesses and employees until this crisis ends. I'm glad this bill also includes language from a bill I introduced to clarify tax deductibility for business expenses paid with a forgiven PPP loan. The average PPP loan in Texas was $99,000. And without this change, those businesses that received that PPP loan and grant would face a $36,000 tax liability. That would start to show up in January with the estimated taxes being paid by many small businesses who pay on a quarterly basis. That sort of unexpected tax liability would be a slap in the face for those businesses that saw this life ring and decided to grab hold of it. This change will ensure loan recipients aren't saddled with an unexpected tax liability that could absolutely sink their struggling business if they've been hanging on by a thread. I appreciate Chairman Grassley of the Finance Committee, Ranking Member Wyden, and their staffs for fighting to include this change, which will clarify that these expenses should have been tax deductible all along. That's what Congress intended in March when we passed the CARES Act. I'm also glad the omnibus was paired with this package includes other legislation that I introduced with our friend Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, called Save Our Stages, designed to help our small independent entertainment venues across the country from closing their doors for good. These Main Street businesses were excluded from the original Paycheck Protection Program, even though they were among some of the hardest hit small businesses. Event venues were the first to close when COVID-19 hit, and they're likely to be the last to open once it's gone. This funding will help them stay afloat until that long-awaited day finally arrives. So I want to thank Senator Klobuchar, who's been my partner in this bipartisan effort, as well as Senator Rubio, who's been a champion for these venues during the final critical stages of negotiations. The government funding legislation includes a number of other bipartisan bills which have nearly unanimous support in both the House and the Senate, including a bill I introduced with our colleague Bob Menendez of New Jersey. This legislation will finally, after 25 years or more, establish a National Museum of the American Latino that will improve Latino representation within the Smithsonian Institution. This museum will honor the contributions of Latinos throughout our nation's history and give their stories a brick-and-mortar home here in our nation's capital. I'm thrilled that generations of Americans will be able to get a more accurate view of our nation's history when they visit this new Smithsonian Museum, and I can't wait to be among its first visitors. There's no question there are additional measures I'd like to have seen included in the coronavirus relief legislation, and I'm sure that's true for every member. But this targeted package includes critical funding and support for Texans and Americans at this watershed moment, and it will break the stalemate which has paralyzed Congress for months now. The American people are suffering. It's not time for politics as usual. It's a time to come together, to compromise, and to make good on our commitment to support them. I appreciate the work of our colleagues who fought for a deal that will give our country added strength during this next critical phase of our fight. And I look forward to voting for this legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor and would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
I'd ask quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking be discharged from further consideration of S-371 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-371, a bill to provide regulatory relief to charitable organizations that provide housing assistance and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Fisher substitute at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce be discharged from further consideration of S-2429 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-2429, a bill to reauthorize the Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2000 and to establish the United States Coral Reef Task Force and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Rubio amendment at the desk be agreed to and the bill be, as amended, be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. The question is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 3250, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3250, an act to require the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a special resource study and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 5472, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5472, an act to redesignate the Jimmy Carter National Historic Site as the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And finally, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5126, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5126, an act to require individuals fishing for Gulf Reef fish to use certain descending devices and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion be considered to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Note the absence of a quorum, Madam President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President,
The Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Madam President, so much of the Senate's work happens behind the scenes and out of the spotlight. Over the past few weeks, there are scores of Senate staffers, probably more than scores, hundreds, I would say, who have spent many late nights and some sleepless ones putting this emergency relief and omnibus bill together. So I wanted to come back to the floor today and acknowledge all of the hard-working Senate Democratic staff. To create a law, there are staffs from committees and senators' offices who are truly experts. They make sure what we senators want to achieve is written properly. They have years, some decades of experience in their subject area. They're libraries of information of how programs work. They're also creative thinkers and masters of accomplishing what senators might think is easy, turning a few lines of our direction into legislative text under tremendous time pressure, and lately during the pandemic. These are the names of some of the Senate's unsung heroes to whom we all owe an amazing gratitude of death. From the Committee on Appropriations, Charles Chuck Kiefer, Chanda Batorni, Hannah Chauvin, Diane Neller, Jean Toll Eisen, Eric Raven, Doug Clapp, Ellen Murray, Scott Nance, Rachel Taylor, Alex Keenan, Jessica Berry, Michelle Dominiquez, Tom Reiser, and Dabney Hagg. From the Committee on Banking and Housing and Urban Affairs, Beth Cooper, Megan Cheney, Homer Carlisle, Alicia Tuku, Corey Freyer, Jan Singelman, Jerry Heckhuis, Colin McGuinness, Phil Rudd, Laura Swanson. From the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, David Strickland, Melissa Porter, Ronce Almond, David Martin, Doug Anderson, Lawrence Wildgoose, Kara Fisher, Michael Davison, John Branscombe, Sean Bone, Alicia Brown, Mary Gunther, Jared Bomberg, Narda Jones, John Beezer, Sarah Gonzalez-Rothy, Nikki Tuschel, and Chris Day. From the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, Lena Chang, Anika Christensen, Alexa Norik, Yelena Silker, and David Weinberg. From the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, Evan Schatz, John Ryder, Nick Bath, Andy Freisted, Cara Marchioni, Amanda Beaumont, Nikki McKinley, Joe Shantz, Kendra Isaacson, Colin Goldfinch, Manuel Contreras, Brian Kibben, Mary Barry, Garrett Devaney, Lila Shawshi, and Caitlin Backfield. From the Select Committee on Intelligence, Brett Freeman, John Rosenwasser, Mike Casey. From the Committee on Foreign Relations, Andrew Keller, Ruchi Gill, Heather Flynn, Sarah Arkin, Shelley Boxenbaum. From the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, Joe Schultz, Jacqueline Schneider, Mary Beth Schultz, Susan Keith, Kyle Varner, Katie Nassens, Claire Borsner, Sean Babington, Adam Tarr. From the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, Renee Black, Sam Fowler, Bree Von Cleve, Rory Stanley, Luke Bassett, Elliot Howard, Zahava Areki, Nicole Buell, Armando Avila, Adam Berry, Brian Pettit, Melanie Thornton, and Rod Beresford. From the Committee on Environment and Public Works, John Kane, Annie D'Amato, Mark Mendenhall, Andrew Rogers, Mary Frances Repko, Laura Gillum, Michael Friedhoff, and Lucy Shao. From the Committee on Finance, Bobby Andres, Chris Arneson, Adam Carasso, Drew Crouch, Elizabeth Durbin, Ann Dwyer, Mike Evans, Jonathan Goldman, Taylor Harvey, Elizabeth Urinka, Rachel Kaus, Tom Clouda, Sally Yang, Virginia Lenehan, Christian Lundy, Greta Paish, Sarah Schaefer, Ashley Scheipetel, Joshua Schenkman, Tiffany Smith, Kelly Zafara, Beth Frabel, Jamie White, Ariel Warrenoff, Marissa Morin. From the Special Committee on Aging, Stacy Sanders, Michael Gamble McCormick, Samantha Kohler, Rossage Green, Keith Miller, and Josh Kramer. From the Committee on Indian Affairs, Kim Moxley, Josh Mahan, Anthony Cedillo, and Jennifer Romero. And I'm sure this is very hard on our typists, but thank you very much. From the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, Sean Moore, Ron Storhag, Kevin Wheeler, Jacob Press, Teresa Mears. From the Committee on Rules and Administration, Dusty Brandenburg, Lindsay Kerr. So to all of those great people and many more, and I apologize if there are some we have left out, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone on the committees. And I also want for a moment to thank my staff. Everyone believes they have the best staff on the Hill. I am certainly no exception. I would never, ever, ever be able to do what I do without them. I know over the past several days, many of them have tested the limits of exhaustion, hardly sleeping at all. But I want them to know that all their energy, ingenuity, and brilliance will have made the lives of their fellow citizens better in New York and across the country. I have told them that they can look back at any age and know that they have kept businesses going, kept people employed, kept people fed, kept people from getting sick, and even kept people from dying, kept people alive. That's the great work my staff and the other staffs have done. So to my staff, who I am so deeply, deeply grateful to, thank you, thank you, thank you. To my chief, Mike Lynch, my deputy chief, Aaron Sager-Vaughn, my policy director, Jerry Petrella, my legislative director and his wife, Megan Tyra, my state director, Martin Brennan, deputy state director, Steve Mann, Steve Barton, Mike Iannelli, and all the regional directors from across the state. The executive team in my office is a tremendous asset to me and to the Democratic caucus. Michelle Mittler, Megan Murphy-Vlasto, Emily Sweda, Raisa Shah, and Sophia Kutavas. The press team supports both me and the entire Democratic caucus day in, day out. Justin Goodman, Alex Wynn, Monica Lee, Ken Meyer, Angelo Raffaero, Allison Biasotti, Paige Tepke, Alice Nam, and everyone at the Senate Democratic Media Center. Jasmine Harris, Oriana Pina, and Dan Yokin and his amazing team of researchers, Andrew Ogden, Layla Najafi, Hannah Talley. And the whole team is supported by the great budding talent of our press assistants, Alexandra Robinson, Alexa Sludge, and Siri Velez. Sieta Candoli, Sal Ortega, and Julieta Lopez do fantastic engagement with many groups of people affected by the legislation we pass. Josh Malofsky and Tony Rivera are my speechwriters, and every day bring poetry and organization to my thoughts. And a special, special thanks to the Schumer legislative team. These staffers are so incredibly hardworking, so brilliant in their fields, and always, always striving to find the best solution for our country and for New York. Anna Taylor and Marissa Hawley, John Cardinal, and Leanne Sinpadanakal, Rob Hickman, Mike Kuiken, Reza Zamordian, Yazid Abulhag, Matt Fuentes, Dila Sundamurthy, Juan Negrete, Christiana Henderson, who just won for City Council in Washington, D.C., and is leaving us, Ramon Carranza and Catalina Tam, Lane Bodian and Rodney Kazibwe, Veronica Waters, Zach Rosenblum, Ryan Egan, Jasmine Elman, Adrian Devaney, Tim Ryder, Sean Byrne, Annie Daly, Vandan Patel, Reggie Babin, Lucy Panza, Mark Patterson, Didier Barjan, Helena Contis, Charlie Ellsworth, Kai Vogel, Jim Secreto, Patricio Gonzalez, Josh Gutmacher. And of course, I have to thank the brilliant floor staff led by Gary Merrick. What a blessing. Special thank you from me to the caucus and the entire staff, to Trish Engel, Dan Tinsley, Brad Watt, Stephanie Payon, Liza Patterson, Nate Orsler, and Rachel Jackson. Thank you and also farewell to Rima Doden, Senator Durbin's tremendous floor staffer, who for years has looked after the caucus and the floor. She is heading to the White House to help the president-elect, and we couldn't be happier and prouder to have a Senate denizen at the other end, Pennsylvania Avenue. There are so many more incredible staffers who deserve recognition and thanks for making this institution come to life. My entire staff helped with the efforts this year, and as I conclude today, they're still helping. I would like to include all their names in the record, and I ask unanimous consent that the following names be added to the record.
Without objection.
It's a lot of names. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I'd like to recognize a critical member of my staff, Mike Anderson, Big Mike, he's known as, who left my office in August to pursue a legal career in his hometown of Anchorage, Alaska, something he has aspired to do since a young age. And Mike was my communications director, but was much more an appropriate title for Mike because he directed so many things in my office, so much of our communication, both internally and externally. You would often find Mike going from staff member to staff member, asking them questions, relaying information from one team to the next. In our office, if you had a question about what anybody was up to, what anybody was doing, in Alaska, here in our D.C. office, in our Alaskan offices, you'd ask Mike. That's a special quality, incredibly hard worker, incredibly gifted young man, and we're going to miss that talent and Mike very much. Mike is no stranger to Alaska political offices. Fresh out of college at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, he took a job with Congressman Young and then worked for Senator Murkowski. In 2014, he was looking for a little more adventure on the comms side. I was looking for someone to help with my communications on my campaign. It was my first run for office. I was running against an incumbent with big name recognition in our state. Mike came on board, took a chance on me. It's something I'll never forget. Loyal, great worker. He had been taking law classes at night at Catholic University of America for the past few years, working in my office, balancing it all, was on the clock, around the clock, did it with grace, humor, hard work, and excellence. As I mentioned, Madam President, he was our office communicator, but he was also the office friend, the person you go to for advice on things big and small, the person you'd call on for an assist if you needed to move. It helped it. He lived up to his name, 6'8", a big guy. Mike always showed up working together, as we called in our office, one team, one fight. We got big things done for our state. And speaking of one team, one fight, my office has a pretty good hoops team. Mike, as you can imagine, UAF varsity basketball player back in Alaska, was the critical member of that team. We've won a lot of games, particularly against the Cruz Texans. In fact, Senator Cruz once gave Mike the nickname Denali for his size and how he dominates the middle of the key on the hoops court. Mike is going to make a great lawyer in Alaska. As a state, we have so much potential, the biggest fisheries in the country, the largest energy fields, huge military complexes, fascinating, important Alaska Native legal issues more than anything, Alaska needs good leaders with integrity, brilliant lawyers, hardworking people like Mike who love their state and give it all back to their state, and that's what he's going to do. We haven't seen the last of Mike. He's always been part of our team, and I'm sure that's what he will do, working continually in the great state of Alaska and make sure our state thrives. So Mike, great job. Good luck to you. You're going to be missed. Best wishes on a bright future ahead. Madam President, I ask that my following remarks appear in a separate place in the congressional record.
Without objection.
Madam President, despite what you might be reading in the press, there is a lot of recent important bipartisan achievements happening right here in the Senate. We're going to vote soon on another major COVID relief bill, which is really, really important. That will be our fourth major COVID relief bill this year. Much needed, of course, for the health of Americans, for our economy. And I think when the history of this very challenging year is written, that's what's going to be remembered. Four major, bipartisan, important pieces of legislation, not the rancor in the Senate, which has been part of our history, part of the Republic, since the founding of the Republic. A number of other major bipartisan accomplishments have also occurred just in the past few months. The National Defense Authorization Act, which passed with over 80 senators. The Great American Outdoors Act, probably the biggest conservation act in over 50 years. The Save Our Seas 2.0, a bill I was proud to author, the most comprehensive ocean cleanup legislation ever to come out of the Congress. This is just to name a few. But Madam President, let me name another important bipartisan accomplishment that is starting to occur in the Congress, and that's dealing with China, the important issue of China and China policy. Now, I know people might be saying, wait, are you crazy? China? There's bipartisan agreement on what's happening with regard to this relationship, the United States and China? And the answer is yes. We have made significant progress on this issue too, and it's important. So I want to explain that a little bit, Madam President, because I think it's a topic that we need to be focusing on more and more in the United States Senate. So like the presiding officer, I'm honored to be completing my first term as a U.S. Senator, and honored, like the presiding officer, to have been reelected to continue my service. 6 years ago, when I started my time here in the U.S. Senate, I started a series of speeches that focused on the U.S.-China relationship and the importance of it. And we all been focused, post 9/11 certainly, on Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the big issue of violent extremist organizations, which has been the appropriate focus. But as I started my career here 6 years ago, I started to give a series of speeches where I said the biggest challenge that we face long-term from a geostrategic standpoint for the United States for decades to come is going to be our relationship with the rising power of China. And what I was saying 4 years ago, 5 years ago in this body, is that nobody is talking about it. It's really important, and we're not focused on it. Madam President, you can't say that anymore. Now everybody is talking about China. There has been an American awakening about China, and that's good. That's important. That's progress, and it's been bipartisan. Now, I want to thank President Trump and his team because I think they deserve a lot of the credit. They laid out their national security strategy, their national defense strategy. These are very well-written strategies that in essence said that the United States of America, post 9/11, it was appropriate to focus on Al-Qaeda, ISIS, violent extremist organizations, getting weapons of mass destruction. That was clearly the main focus of our national security. But what their strategies have been saying is that, yes, we need to continue to focus on that, but now we need to prioritize the great power competition that is upon us, with China as the pacing threat. And Madam President, as you know, most senators, Democrats and Republicans, particularly the ones who focus on national security and foreign policy issues, particularly those on the Armed Services Committee, they agree with this. They agree with this reorientation. And again, this is important. This is progress, bipartisan progress on what is really going to be what is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. Now, what we need to start doing, and I say we, this body, the Congress, the executive branch, is we need to start putting details and principles into a long-term strategy, a bipartisan strategy that will be enduring to address this challenge, to address the challenge that is the challenge for the next decade, the rise of China, and how we, as the United States of America, need to deal with it. As I mentioned, Madam President, I believe this is going to be the defining national security issue for our nation for the next 50 to 100 years. So what I want to do today, Madam President, is lay out a couple key principles on what I see are some of the ways in which we can bring a bipartisan approach to addressing this challenge. Last year, I was honored to be invited by the Heritage Center, the Heritage Foundation, as part of their Lee lecture series on the Asia Pacific to talk about this issue. And I gave remarks, an address that I called Winning the New Cold War with China, How America Should Respond. And some of the principles that I laid out in that address from some of my experiences in the U.S. relationship with China over the last quarter century are what I'd like to talk about. Madam President, those experiences for me have kind of run the gamut as a U.S. Marine, as a National Security Council staffer, and then Assistant Secretary of State under the exceptional leader Condoleezza Rice when she was National Security Advisor, and then Secretary of State. As a State of Alaska cabinet official in charge of energy and natural resources, which are so important to my state, but also to Asian markets, and as a U.S. Senator. So first things first, Madam President, I believe, as I mentioned, there has been an awakening about the challenge posed by China. As I mentioned, 6 years ago in this body, not a lot of senators were talking about it. Now everybody is, and that's important. I also think that there's a recognition, whatever you want to call the tensions that have arisen, that the U.S. and China have entered into a much more strategic competition era, phase, with tensions that I've referred to as a new Cold War with each other. This state of relations has only been exacerbated by the pandemic, which of course started in China and was covered up by the Chinese Communist Party. So when I talk about this issue of a new Cold War with China, I want to be clear on one thing. This is not a challenge or tensions of our choosing. It is the result of a conscious decision by the Communist Party leadership of China to overturn key elements of the U.S.-led rules-based international order, despite that order enabling China to emerge prosperous and strong from its so-called century of humiliation. This new Cold War is not an inevitable consequence of China's rise or our status as an established power. Rather, I believe it stems from China's rejection of becoming a, quote, responsible stakeholder in the international system that the United States has led since the end of World War II, a system from which China, probably more than any other country in the world, has benefited from. But recognizing that we have this new tension, that we have a new Cold War with China, does not mean that the nature of the global challenge is identical to that posed by the Soviet Union, or that our response should be the same. However, it does mean that the U.S. and our allies need to recognize this challenge, address it, counter it in ways that avoid major conflict, but in ways that also avoid compromising our core values and interests and principles and liberty. So let me talk a little bit about what I call America's awakening. Since President Nixon initiated the opening of relations with China, many hoped that the country's political and economic system would open as the country developed and joined this broader, Western-led international system. Others believe that even if the Chinese Communist Party remained in control, its external behavior in relationship with the United States would not be affected. When the United States supported Chinese entry into the World Trade Organization, President Bill Clinton remarked that American workers and consumers would be the greatest beneficiaries, American workers. Ultimately, this has proven not to be true. Equally misguided was the hope that as China grew economically, it would liberalize politically. The expectation was that China would lower its trade barriers and follow WTO practices, respecting intellectual property rights, promoting basic safety standards for exports, curbing subsidies of its main industries, and not subjecting imports, our imports, to illegal non-tariff barriers. None of that, Madam President, has turned out to be true. China did not meet most of its commitments under the WTO and still hasn't. Rather, it has employed its new access to Western markets, American markets, to pursue large-scale theft of technology, exploiting the openness of the American economy without allowing American companies reciprocal access to its markets as it is required to do. Let me give one example of this, Madam President, I've seen in my experience. In 2003, over 17 years ago, I was in an Oval Office meeting as a National Security Council staffer with President George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and the Vice Premier of China, Madam Wu Yi, at the time. Now, President Bush, strongly believed in the protection of intellectual property rights, and he raised this issue with Madam Wu Yi right there in the Oval Office, very aggressively, leaning over in his chair. Madam Wu Yi looked at the President of the United States and said, Mr. President, I'm in charge of this. We are going to fix this. We are working on it. You have my commitment. Mr. President, in the Oval Office, 17 years ago, where are we on intellectual property theft from China? It's worse today than when Madam Wu Yi made that commitment in the Oval Office. As a matter of fact, the U.S. Trade Representative's Office estimates that Chinese theft of American intellectual property costs the U.S. economy an estimated $600 billion annually, not to mention the thousands of jobs lost. President Obama also tried to stem these blatantly unfair, non-reciprocal practices. But Beijing did not honor the common understanding reached by President Obama and Xi Jinping in 2015, curbing cyber hacking of government and corporate data for economic gains. Such theft continues unabated today. And these episodes, Madam President, raise an even bigger problem between the United States and China. It's the problem of what I call promise fatigue with China. Think about it. Broken promises extend well beyond the economic sphere, like intellectual property. Here's another example. Standing next to President Obama in the Rose Garden in 2015, President Xi Jinping promised the President of the United States not to militarize the South China Sea. The commitment was broken within months when China took a very aggressive policy of militarizing many of the islands and built up islands in the South China Sea to the consternation of every single country in the region. After enduring this promise fatigue with the Chinese for decades, we, the Congress, the executive branch of the United States government, are finally getting wise. Everybody thinks trade should be a win-win, but Chinese leaders appear to view it much more as a zero-sum game. Ironically, this promise fatigue and China's predatory non-reciprocal trade practices have brought about and did bring about the new, much tougher, and in my view, much needed approach from the Trump administration that we had prior to the pandemic. So, Madam President, we have this situation where we're not trusting our relationship with China, where the promises that have been made have not been kept across a whole host of spheres, where the tensions in the South China Sea are growing. But this current state of affairs was not preordained. In 2005, then Deputy Secretary of State and future World Bank President Robert Zoellick encouraged China, in a very well-regarded speech, to become, quote, a responsible stakeholder in the international system, which had done so much to enable China's rise and prosperity. Zoellick's speech challenged China to change its behavior, to support and promote, and certainly not undermine, the U.S.-led economic order that had brought peace and prosperity to China and so many other countries in the Indo-Pacific. And for a time, it appeared that China's leadership was contemplating this American offer to be a responsible stakeholder in this global system, the one that we had set up after World War II. In my trips as an Assistant Secretary of State to China, I heard China's leadership in many meetings, including in meetings with Hu Jintao, the president, and other senior leaders, where they talked about being a responsible stakeholder, where this invitation on working through the system we've developed was clearly something they were contemplating. But, Madam President, over time it has become increasingly clear that the Chinese Communist Party has rejected this concept, this idea, to be a partner with us in bolstering the international order that has benefited China so significantly. In fact, the opposite has happened. China is now working to systematically build an illiberal sphere of influence that threatens to exclude America and erode our alliances in the region that have kept the peace in the region for decades. The challenge we face today is rooted in the attempt by the Communist Party of China to popularize its authoritarian model abroad to ensure China's rise as a great power under the Communist Party's leadership. President Xi made this clear at the 19th Party Congress, where he championed China's model as a new option for other countries and nations that want to speed up their development. We must always remember that the Chinese Communist Party's primary goal in domestic and foreign policy is to ensure the survival and preeminence of the party. The key driver of U.S.-China competition and tension today is China's ambition to project its authoritarian model abroad. China's development under a Leninist political model serves as an inspiration for many illiberal actors and aspiring autocrats around the world. It uses its economic influence as a means of exerting political pressure. Additionally, Chinese companies and state-owned and state-subsidized industries are not bound by anti-corruption laws that American and Western companies must adhere to. China's indifference to established standards of transparency, which we've certainly seen now with the pandemic, and project implementation through its Belt and Road Initiative results in elite deals that concede corruption abroad, weaken prospects for long-term prosperity, and undermine the sovereignty of weaker nations. China is seeking to undermine democracy and human rights and the rule of law in international institutions, from pushing its norms for controlling cyberspace to silencing critics of its human rights record, including critics in the United States, to pushing for enforcement of the Belt and Road Initiative at the United Nations. China is using its growing voice on the global stage to legitimize an approach at home and abroad that undermines American interests. A recent Hoover Institution study argues that China is looking to gain influence in the United States to shape attitudes and ultimately American policy towards China. And although we have not experienced the same level of political interference as, say, some of our allies, like Australia, where politicians and donors linked to the Chinese Communist Party have tried to sway the country's policies on sensitive issues, China is clearly engaged in what the National Endowment for Democracy calls a significant, sharp-powered campaign to influence American policy here, at home. And this recent spy scandal with a congressman from California is just a recent example of this. Fortunately, the Trump administration and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have awakened to the long-term challenge to America's national security and economic security interests that China poses. As I noted, Madam President, the Trump administration's more realistic approach on China, laid out in its national security strategy and national defense strategy, offer a clear-eyed view of Chinese ambitions and our need to counter them. At a time when there's not enough bipartisan agreement, although I think there's more than certainly we get credit for, there is broad bipartisan focus and support within the United States government, and I believe in the United States Senate, on the strategic challenges posed by China. So we've had an important American awakening and a good beginning with the recent U.S. national security and national defense strategies. And I believe it is strongly in the U.S. interest, strongly in America's interests, for the incoming Biden and Harris administrations to continue these strategies, which have strong bipartisan support here. In fact, in my recent meeting with Secretary of Defense nominee General Lloyd Austin, I encourage such an approach on national security issues, particularly as it relates to China. But, Madam President, these strategic documents that we're talking about need more meat on the bones. What are more details and principles that we can add to the national security strategy of our nation that can ensure bipartisan support for a longer-term U.S.-China strategy? Let me recommend 5 core elements that I think should be key moving forward with regard to our relationship with China. First, we need to demand reciprocity in all major spheres of the U.S.-China relationship. Second, we need to reinvigorate American competitiveness so we can outcompete and out-innovate China. Third, we need to continue to rebuild our military strength and capability. Fourth, we need to deepen and expand our global network of alliances. And finally, Madam President, we need to remember that employing our democratic values is a huge, critical, comparative advantage in countering China's global authoritarian influence around the world. So let me briefly touch on each of these. First, we need to demand reciprocity. The United States must insist that the relationship with China is defined by reciprocity and fairness. For too long, the United States has ignored the promise fatigue that I talked about with China and accepted unfulfilled Chinese promises across so many spheres of the bilateral relationship. And Madam President, you've seen it. When you raise the issue of reciprocity with senior Chinese officials, whether in Beijing or with the ambassador, and they finally acknowledge that, yes, the relationship isn't reciprocal, they say it isn't because, quote, China is still a developing country. China is still a developing country. Well, I would respectfully tell senior Chinese officials, don't use that argument anymore. It's an insult to the intelligence of American officials. We need a reciprocal relationship because every American understands and agrees with this. It's about fairness, basic fairness. I posed the important question of reciprocity to former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger at a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing a couple years ago. And he acknowledged that to have an important, sustainable, great power relationship between two of the most important countries in the world, reciprocity is critical. The citizens of our country need to feel that the relationship is fair and that a general policy of reciprocity is important and critical in that regard. But we all know it hasn't been that way. The Trump administration has made significant progress on pressing for more reciprocal relationships in our trading relationships, and that's very important. But we all know, Madam President, that reciprocal relationship doesn't exist. Chinese companies and government-backed investment funds can come to the United States, buy companies, that we would have no opportunity to do the same. But it needs to go much further than just economics. Let me give you an example. We need reciprocity in the free exchange of ideas. American journalists are not allowed to travel freely in China. And if they're not, then why should Chinese journalists be allowed to travel freely in the United States? Similarly, and this body has focused on this, there are over 100 Confucius Institutes established by the Chinese Communist Party at American universities. When I was in Beijing a couple years ago and met with senior Chinese officials, I mentioned this. And I said, I was recently with the ambassador, and they said that just to go on campus of the Beijing University, you need to be accompanied by a Chinese official. So if there was real reciprocity in the relationship, I said, if you can have Confucius Institutes at American universities, how about we get James Madison Institutes of Freedom and Liberty at Chinese universities? Of course, the Chinese wouldn't accept that. They said, well, Senator, Confucius Institutes only teach culture and language. The James Madison Institute of Freedom and Liberty and Democracy in China would be teaching propaganda. That's what they said. This is just one of many examples where we must have a reciprocal relationship between the United States and China going forward. Second, we must reinvigorate American competitiveness. The United States is no stranger to global military and economic cooperation, as we know throughout the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Our comparative advantages globally remain significant, but we can and should do more to bolster other areas at home. Bolstering STEM education, doubling down on basic research, supporting federal agencies like the National Science Foundation. We need to be able to outcompete, out-innovate China, and importantly, to better understand China, its culture, its language, its history, its strategy, with the new generation of Americans who are focused on these issues, just as Russian and Soviet studies were emphasized during the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Many of our most significant challenges are national debt, infrastructure projects that take years to permit, an education system that leaves too many Americans behind, a dysfunctional immigration system. These are all self-inflicted wounds. And I believe that the real challenges posed by China, as they become more broadly apparent throughout our country, will start to spur the bipartisan motivation needed to address these significant but solvable American challenges to make us stronger. Third, Madam President, we must continue to rebuild our military. From 2010 to 2016, the Department of Defense's budget was slashed by 25%. Readiness plummeted. And at the same time, the Chinese undertook a massive building of their military and a modernization of its forces, while also making concrete moves to militarize the South China Sea. History shows, particularly with regard to America's authoritarian rival, that American military weakness encourages authoritarian provocations globally. We must make sure that as we continue to gauge China, a strong U.S. military provides a hedge against Beijing contemplating risky and destabilizing military actions as their military strength and capabilities continue to grow. China has a long history of using its military to achieve strategic ends when countries are not ready, and we must be ready. Madam President, as you know, I think I've mentioned, almost 25 years ago, I was a young Marine infantry officer deployed as part of an amphibious task force to the Taiwan Strait, which included 2 carrier battle groups as part of the United States response to Chinese provocations on the eve of the presidential elections in Taiwan. It was a long time ago, but it was certainly an example of an American commitment and resolve to one of our allies during a period of heightened tension in the Taiwan Strait that we need to remember and be able to react to with a strong military. Fourth, we need to expand and deepen our alliances. The recalibration of our relationship with China should be done in partnership with our allies. The cultivation and nurturing of these relationships must be a foundational pillar of any American strategy as it deals with China. Our greatest strategic advantage in dealing with China is this: we are an ally-rich nation with long-standing historical ties, reinforced by decades of diplomatic, military, and economic cooperation based on shared values with our friends and allies in the region. By contrast, China is an ally-poor nation, with North Korea as its closest friend and ally. The unity of the West and our Asian allies is essential to maintaining high global standards in transparency, accountability, anti-corruption, peaceful resolution of conflict, and the importance of international law, particularly in the global areas of sea, space, and cyberspace. And finally, Madam President, we must employ America's democratic values as a critical comparative advantage. We should never forget that our democratic values were critical in our successful victory over the Soviet Union during the last Cold War. In President Reagan's famous Westminster speech before the British Parliament in 1982, in which he launched the National Endowment for Democracy, he argued that America would win the Cold War not through hard power alone, but through the power of our ideals. As he reminded our audience and our close allies in Britain, quote, any system is inherently unstable that has no peaceful means of legitimizing its leaders. China's unelected leaders, like all authoritarians, ultimately fear their own people. Our leaders do not. It is fear that has driven China to develop an Orwellian social credit score to rank its people while detaining as many as 1 million Chinese workers in concentration camps. Why else does the Chinese Communist Party invest so heavily in facial and gait recognition technology to monitor their own citizens? Why comprehensively censor the internet to preclude even the most glancing criticisms of the Communist Party and its leaders? Why do China's internal security services employ more people than the People's Liberation Army, the world's largest military? The answer lies in fear and the goal, above all else, to make sure the Communist Party remains in power. President Reagan saw the power and promise of our democratic ideals as a potent, critical instrument to challenge America's global rival, then the Soviet Union. Because the aspiration to freedom is universal and remains the core commonality that underpins the United States' strongest partnerships with other nations. The belief that liberty, democracy, and free markets reflect and strengthen the size of our alliance system is something that is fundamental to the United States and our allies during the Cold War with the Soviet Union and now during our challenges with China. Helping countries protect their sovereignty so they can be responsive to their citizens and effective partners of our nation is imperative at a time when Chinese influence risks pulling nations into a new sinosphere hostile to American interests and our democratic ideals. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by predicting that the new challenges I describe with China are going to be with us for decades. We must face this fact with confidence and strategic resolve and bipartisan work in the U.S. Senate. America has extraordinary advantages relative to China. Our global network of alliances, our military power and economic leadership, our innovative society, our abundant energy supplies. We are now the #1 producer of oil, natural gas, and renewables in the world. Our world-class universities, the world's most productive workforce, and a democratic value system that makes countries far more comfortable as American partners than subservient members of the new Middle Kingdom led by China. As a result of the long twilight struggle with the Soviet Union, we also know what works: maintaining peace through strength, promoting free markets and free people at home, and having the confidence in George Kennan's insights that the Chinese Communist Party, like the Soviet Communist Party, likely bears within it the seeds of its own decay. While democracies are resilient, adaptive, and self-renewing, there are many vulnerabilities embedded in China's perceived strengths. One-man rule creates acute political risks. Historical grievance can breed violent nationalism. State-directed economic growth can produce massive overcapacity and mountains of debt. The gradual snuffing out of freedom in places like Hong Kong creates spontaneous protests of tens of thousands and huge global backlashes across the world. China's budding military power and historical view of itself as a nation and culture superior to others is beginning to alarm neighboring states, inspiring them to step up security cooperation with our nation. Nearly half of all wealthy Chinese want to immigrate, and these are the winners from China's 4 decades of heady economic growth. As we have in the past, Americans can prevail in this geopolitical and ideological contest, but doing so will require a new level of strategic initiative, organization, and confidence in who we are and what we stand for. This also means that we must redouble our efforts in making this strategic case to others around the world, particularly our allies, and we must continue, Mr. President, to work on bipartisan solutions that have enduring support in this body for decades to come as it relates to our challenges with China. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, this is a time of year when we all look forward to wrapping things up, as they say. Many around the country, when they think about wrapping things up, think about presents that they're going to put under the tree for their family. We think about it as closing up business for the balance of the year, and that's really where we are. And hopefully in a couple hours here, the House will proceed in taking up the omnibus bill, along with the COVID relief package, along with a host of other matters that the Congress has been working to address in this past year. I'd like to speak this evening for a few moments on the significance of where we are. But I want to start with just a story that I just now received from one of my staff people back in Alaska. And she got a video from the medical staff at the sub-regional clinic there at St. Mary's. St. Mary's is a small community up on the Yukon River. Probably, I would say, 500 people, maybe more, in St. Mary's. But it's just a reminder to me that regardless of where you are, hope is coming with the vaccine. The comment that she shared is this video is a pictorial of the health aides, the PA, the physician's assistant, and personnel getting their COVID shots. It was 13 degrees out, and the mobile office where the vaccine was administered was inside a chartered Cessna 208 Caravan sitting on the airport tarmac there in St. Mary's. After the shot, she and her staff hung out in their heated trucks for about a half an hour to see if they had any allergic reactions. When none showed signs, the Caravan took off to the next village airport. Mr. President, it's just an example that no matter where you are, how remote you may be, the logistics that may be required to provide for this hope that comes by way of the vaccine. People around the country are hopeful. Our job now, as we wrap up, is to make sure that we deliver this relief quickly. I mentioned the COVID relief. I have been fortunate to be teaming with a bipartisan, bicameral group of lawmakers for the past 5 or 6 weeks to see if we couldn't come up with a proposal that could kickstart the COVID talks. And we've had an opportunity for many of us to come to the floor to speak to not only how that came to be, but the ultimate result, which was a multi-hundred-page document, legislation that totaled $908 billion, but it addressed everything from vaccine development and distribution to what we are going to do to assist our small businesses with additional rounds of PPP, to extensions to unemployment insurance, to what we can do with food assistance, nutrition assistance, what more might be done to help with rental assistance. It was truly responsive to the need. And where we are today is having moved that conversation and that debate forward, I think, in a constructive, in a positive way. We are here with a proposal. Looks different than what we had produced, but that's the nature of what happens in a body where you have to come together to sort out the issues. And what we will have is legislation that, again, like the CARES Act, is likely going to be proven imperfect, but we have to respond to the situation on the ground, whether it's in Alaska or whether it's in Arkansas. And we cannot do it too soon. So this is going to be key, and it's going to be critical. I'm very pleased that legislation that I had introduced that would extend the coronavirus relief funding, the opportunity for states and localities to be able to spend, and tribal governments to be able to spend those funds down, running up against the deadline here of the end of this year, was a real concern for so many. And so that has been included as part of this bigger package in addition to so much that is good. The carrier for all of this is the Omnibus Appropriations Bill. I have been really pleased to be a member of the Appropriations Committee for some years now. I've been chairing the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. This is significant, certainly for our state, with oversight of our public lands and also of Native affairs, including the EPA. It's a pretty broad portfolio. We've been working on this dutifully as a subcommittee all year. All year. I certainly wish that I had had the opportunity to be able to bring my bill, our bill, to the floor for full debate by all members, and then we could move to the Ag bill, to the T-HUD bill, to the Defense bill, do them all separately. But for a host of different reasons, most of them all come back to politics, unfortunately, we have not been able to do that. That's something that I regret. That's something that I would hope that we, as members of the Senate, can say we can do better. We pledge to do it better every year. We put our colleagues in a heck of a spot. Not all of us are on the Appropriations Committee. Not all of us have the privilege to be a chairman or a ranking member and know the guts and the insides of each aspect of these bills. But we come here with a process like this at a late hour, and we say, this is one where you need to know that we've been working it hard. We've taken into account all the priorities and considerations on both sides. We've worked it back and forth. We've worked it with the House, and here we are. But this is not a good process. We can and we must do better with that. Now, having said that, I am very proud of the Interior bill that we have built. I'm proud of my staff. We were a little bit leaner this year in terms of our staffing, but with good leadership led by Emmy Lefosky and Nana, as well as Lucas on the team, we were able to do the work that we needed to do, and in a way that I am proud of, and proud of their efforts. There's so much that is wrapped up in this bigger, broader bill, and I think it's going to almost be gasp-worthy when you see the 5,000 some odd pages, I'm told, that we will have. It's not only the appropriations, it's the COVID bills. It is the Water Resources Development Bill, the WRDA bill, very, very significant. There are good bills from the Indian Affairs Committee that I have participated in, water bills that we have been working on. But, Mr. President, the one that I want to speak to a little more in detail this evening, and I was hoping that my ranking member, Senator Manchin, might be here on the floor, but not yet. But I wanted to speak about Title Z in the Omnibus bill. Z, I just imagine that they they put us at the end because they figured that we were the best, or maybe because they knew that the process that the Energy Act had gone through had probably been more rigorous and lengthy than just about anything out there. But we are at. But I began my comments with regards to this Energy Act that is contained in this bill by acknowledging that I'm probably speaking on the floor for the last time as the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, because I've hit my limit, if you will. I have had the honor and the privilege to be both the ranking member on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the ranking member on the committee now for a total of 12 years, which is pretty good. It's pretty good to be in a position to be able to advance legislative policy. And I have been very, very fortunate to work with great members. Senator Bingaman was the chairman when I was his ranking. I worked with Senator Wyden as the ranking when he was chairman. And I have had the great privilege to work with Senator Cantwell when I was the chairman, and now Senator Manchin. And I think about these past 2 years and what we have been able to accomplish, and just kind of the recap of where we've been and how productive we have been as a panel. We started this Congress out with passage of the John Dingell Conservation Management and Recreation Act. This was a bipartisan package of more than 120 different measures focused on public lands, natural resources, and water. We'd worked on a lands package throughout the last several months of 2018, and I want to give former ranking member Cantwell a real big shout out here, because her leadership was very, very key in that process. We weren't able to get it across the finish line at the end of the last Congress, but we reintroduced it in January of 2019. We passed it through the Senate in February, and the President signed it into law in March. That was a pretty good start. 120 bipartisan bills. But these were bills, you think about it, they related to national parks, to forests, to sportsmen's access. We delivered on the federal government's promises to Alaska Natives who had served during the Vietnam War. We permanently reauthorized the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and we provided new authorities to help protect from natural hazards such as volcanic eruptions. I'll note that the Kilauea just erupted on the Big Island of Hawaii. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. So important to be addressing our natural hazards. So we did that at the beginning of the Congress, and then Senator Manchin and I set our sights on something that hadn't been done in a long time, and that was modernization of our nation's energy policies, to make real reforms and bring them in line with our current challenges and our opportunities. And so we started with some very broad-based hearings, and then took a very specific and deep dive into some of the issues and the technologies. And then we started moving bills. We were negotiating, we were reporting dozens of bills as part of our regular order committee process. And knowing how things work around here, we knew that we weren't going to be able to move them each individually as standalone bills, so we wrapped them up into a broader bill. We called it our American Energy Innovation Act. We brought that bill to the floor in February, and we were going just great. We were working through, and it was kind of nice, again, to be the first bill really on the floor when we began our legislative business, and we stalled out. We were interrupted. We were taken off the track by an unrelated dispute over a measure that is jurisdictional to another committee, and this was just at the start of the global coronavirus pandemic. But I said, we're not done. We're not stopping just because we hit a roadblock here. We're going to keep working. We kept working. We kept working. We kept looking for an opening to pass the first major energy bill since 2007. 2007 is a long time if we haven't updated and reformed our energy policies. So it was worth working on. I kept saying, don't Don't count us out. Don't write us off. Over the past few months, we found that opening. We worked with really good partners over on the House side, over at Energy and Commerce and the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. And we wrote what we have called simply the Energy Act of 2020. Pretty simple, pretty beautiful in my view. But our Energy Act is included now as Division Z in the year-end omnibus. It provides for reforms and new authorities related to a range of emerging technologies, including advanced nuclear, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, carbon removal, renewables, energy storage. It reauthorizes programs that many of us are supportive of and want to advance, weatherization assistance, ARPA-E. It features the bulk of my language related to critical minerals and materials to help us rebuild our domestic supply chains, which we know is so critical. It reflects our strong commitment to cleaner energy to help us address climate change without raising the cost of energy or imposing divisive mandates. So I would suggest to you, Mr. President, that this energy bill is just the perfect bookend for this Congress, because what started as a major lands package is now going to end with a major energy package. And again, I mentioned it's been since 2007. It's the first energy bill, the energy side of Energy and Natural Resources Committee, first energy bill in almost 13 years. It was President George W. Bush who signed the last one on December 19th of 2007. So I want to thank Ranking Member Manchin for his leadership on the energy package, as well as all of the committee members who contributed to it. We had great help within our committee. We had great help within this body. At last count, we were looking at input and contributions from some 70 different members. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the staffs. I had the opportunity to give a tribute to my staff director, Brian Hughes, who is leaving after many years on the committee. He did a fabulous job advancing this, along with Spencer Nelson, Pat McCormick, Annie Heffler. There were so many others, Lucy Murfitt. That team was extraordinary. But they were joined by an extraordinary team that Senator Manchin had, led by his staff director, Renee. And I apologize, Renee, I'm drawing a blank on the last name, but the individuals there who really helped us advance this, Sam Fowler and so many, we can't thank them enough. I also want to really give sincere thanks to our House partners, because they were this six-corner working group here. Frank Pallone, the chairman at Energy and Commerce Ranking Member Greg Walden, Science Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Science Ranking Member Frank Lewis. We could not have reached an agreement without their leadership and their willingness to work together. But I also want to acknowledge and thank Leader McConnell and Senator Schumer for agreeing to work with us and to help us secure this opening and this commitment. I can't remember how many times Leader McConnell has said, you know, Lisa, you're probably going to figure out a way to pull a rabbit out of a hat here, and I don't know that this is a rabbit out of a hat, but I think persistence has certainly paid off. So I want to thank the teams who really helped to make this happen. And again, in addition to a good energy bill, the year-end Omni also includes the bipartisan water package, featuring 9 provisions that are important to western states like Colorado, Montana, and Arizona. Lane Dixon on my Energy Committee staff was fabulous there. We added a few more lands bills into the final package. Lucy and Annie helped us with that. We really have worked to advance so much out of the committee. All of these accomplishments, our lands package, our energy package, our water package, the lands bills that we try to add to everything that moves and occasionally pass by UC, and measures that I haven't spoken to, including the Great American Outdoors Act. These are all the hallmarks of a highly productive Congress for the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. And I'm very pleased to have been able to shepherd these measures into law. But what I'm proud of more than any piece of legislation, more than anything out there, in the time that I have been able to lead this committee, what I'm most proud of is the bipartisan way in which this committee has operated. Our commitment to bipartisan, which has produced continually good results for our country. And what I found as ranking member and now chairman is that there's simply no substitute for working together and across party lines to find agreement wherever it's possible. So I thank Senator Manchin for following that same approach, to our committee colleagues for their own bipartisanship and collegiality, to our House colleagues who have helped us with that. I see that my friend from the great state of Washington and Pacific Northwest is here. And Senator Cantwell, I want you to know that as I have spoken of the accomplishments of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I am very thankful and appreciative of your leadership and what you have provided over the years. Working together with your team, we have accomplished good things for the right reasons. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
President, I could just congratulate my colleague from Alaska and the ranking member, Senator Manchin, for their great work in getting this energy provisions that have been, I don't know how many members, but I'm sure just about every member in our body has had something to do with it, and a lot of actual individual legislation. So this is a long effort by our colleague, the chair of the committee, and so thank you for your diligence on this. She's had many of us up to Alaska to look at hydropower and alternative resources and how their grid needs better connectivity and products that can basically sustain and provide energy in sub-zero weather and all sorts of challenges that they face. But clearly, these tools that will be in this legislation will move us forward. So thank you for you and Senator Manchin working so diligently to get this finally over the goal line. It's a big moment. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The majority leader is recognized.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote by which cloture was not invoked on the nomination of Eric Soskin, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? Appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
Yes.
Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson.
1271. As the member designated by Ms. Davis pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Davis will vote yes on HRES 1271. And as the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant
does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on House Resolution 1271. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Robal Allard of California pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Robal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 1271. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 1271. As the member designated by Ms. Schakowsky pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Schakowsky will vote yes on HRES 1271. As the member designated by Ms. Finkenauer pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Finkenauer will vote yes on HRES 1271.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on House Resolution 1271. As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRES 1271. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on HRES 1271.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRES 1271.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on HRES 1271. As a member designated by Mr. Khanna, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on HRES 1271.
Purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to HRES 965, I will inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yes on HRES 1271. As the member designated by Representative Cisneros of California, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Representative Cisneros will vote yes on HRES 1271.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on H.Res. 1271. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.Res. 1271. As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.Res. 1271.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on H.Res. 1271. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H.Res. 1271. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mukersel Powell of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mukersel Powell will also vote yea on H.Res. 1271.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on H.Res. 1271.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Schreier pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Dr. Schreier will vote yes on H.Res. 1271. As the member designated by Mr. Mitchell pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Mitchell will vote yes on H.Res. 1271.
Where's she from? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lamb pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on H.Res. 1271.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H.Res. 956, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on H.Res. 1271. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on H.Res. 1271.
purposes. New Jersey seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRES 1271. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on HRES 1271. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on HRES 1271. And finally, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Shimkus pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Shimkus will vote no on HRES 1271.
On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 180. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The resolution is adopted. All right, good. I don't know who gets this. Yep. Pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 1271, the Senate amendment to H.R. 1520 is considered as agreed to, with an amendment consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 116-69. Do you need that one? Thank you. Mr. Brown, how are you? Hello, hello. How are you? Good. How are you?
Got to bang it, right? The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 21st, 2020 at 1:24 p.m. That the Senate passed Senate 2346, Senate 2716, Senate 2827, Senate 3099, Senate 3100, Senate 3948, Senate 3952, Senate 4556, Senate 5076. That the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 1240, H.R. 4031, H.R. 5458, H.R. 5852, H.R. 6535, H.R. 7460. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
And we're going to start with New York. For all purposes, the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 127, concurrent resolution directing the clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 133.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For all purposes, the gentlewoman from New York rise.
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 128, concurrent resolution directing the clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1520.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1271, I call up H.R. 133 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and report the motion.
H.R. 133, an act to provide economic partnership and cooperation between the United States and Mexico. Senate amendment. Ms. Lowy of New York moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 133 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-68.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1271, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Lowy, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Lowy.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 133.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I am proud to present legislation that comprises all 12 fiscal year 2021 appropriation bills, a number of items agreed to on a bipartisan basis between authorizing committees and a coronavirus relief package. The 12 appropriation bills include a strong increase in non-defense discretionary funding, allowing Congress to make important investments for the people. I am particularly proud that we have been able to fund better education for our students, more affordable housing, food security initiatives, safer communities with funding to address America's gun violence epidemic, clean air and water, action on the climate crisis, and care for our veterans with a special emphasis on suicide prevention and gender-specific care. As chairwoman of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I'm also proud that this legislation bolsters international security and stability. In particular, the Middle East Partnership for Peace Fund will support people-to-people exchanges and economic partnerships between Israelis and Palestinians. Turning to the coronavirus relief portion of the legislation, the bill provides $892 billion to confront the pandemic. Adam, that's it. That's wonderful. While Republican intransigence means the legislation doesn't include state and local relief that is desperately needed, the amounts it provides for education, public health, and transportation will greatly benefit our local communities. Of particular importance to me, the $4 billion for Gavi will help children across the world receive the coronavirus vaccine, though far greater investments are needed to support international COVID-19 response. President-elect Biden has spoken about the dark winter that we face because of this pandemic. It is my hope that this bill will be a source of light as we face that winter. And I am proud that through the careful use of federal funds, the appropriations in this bill will help set our nation on a course to build back better. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this bill that will provide funding for the federal government through the end of the fiscal year, as well as provide another round of desperately needed relief for those affected by the coronavirus pandemic. The appropriations package we will consider today is critical because it will allow us to prevent an unnecessary government shutdown and avoid a wasteful continuing resolution that simply straight lines funding until the end of next year. The bill makes us safer by ensuring we have the funding and the tools necessary to both discourage our enemies and defend ourselves against them. The funds provided in this bill are also critical to continue the fight against public health threats, both at home and abroad. And the bill ensures that long-standing provisions to protect life, reduce burdensome regulation, and preserve our way of life are retained. I would like to highlight some specific programs in the appropriations package. This bill supports another significant increase for the National Institutes of Health, including funding for vital research on Alzheimer's disease and to find cures for cancer. It provides more than $500 million for NASA to help maintain our superiority in space, and we will need to continue to do more in future years to establish a sustainable presence on the moon. The bill also funds a U.S. Space Force, so the United States has a leading edge against China and Russia. The bill keeps us safe by providing the same level of funding as last year for the border wall. It also rolls back attempts to limit the President's authority to provide additional funds if needed. And the bill continues to rebuild our military, modernize our nuclear weapons stockpile, and strengthen our allies such as Israel. This bill strongly supports our veterans and our troops by increasing pay for our military, addressing the health care needs of our brave warfighters and their families, as well as those who previously served, and ensuring that the United States military has cutting-edge equipment such as the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter and the V-22 Osprey, so that they can discourage and take on any fight against our enemies. The bill retains long-standing Second Amendment and pro-life protections that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanted to eliminate. In fact, it secures the largest pro-life victory in a generation by maintaining the Trump administration's Title X family planning regulations. It drops the dangerous policy provisions my colleagues on the other side of the aisle included in the House bills, including riders aimed at defunding the police, and billions of dollars of unnecessary emergency spending that the majority included in their bills is stripped away in this package. Many of these provisions are considered poison pills that were opposed by Republicans and the White House. Also before us today is another round of coronavirus relief. Specifically, our package will ensure the timely distribution of vaccines across the country, help small business affected by the economic downturn, and provide much needed relief for airports and the airline industry, which is so important for thousands of hardworking Texans in and around my district. I'm glad we were able to come together on this agreement today, and I want to thank my colleagues, Mrs. Lowy, Senator Shelby, and Senator Leahy, for working together in good faith. Plain and simple, this package is good for our economic security and our national security because it addresses the most pressing threats we face as a country. I hope it will be supported. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lowy. America is grateful for your years of honorable, dedicated, and enlightened service, and we will so miss your leadership and your bright smile and affable nature. I'd like to thank also Ranking Member Simpson, who's been a constant and truly valued partner, as well as our wonderful subcommittee staff, Jamie Shymick, Scott McKee, Mark Arnone, Farouk Afazo, and Mike Brain, who have labored tirelessly to produce this bill. The Energy and Water Division of this bill captures the American spirit of ingenuity and national energy independence. It provides the foundation of critical investments to meet the challenge of climate change, to which $12 billion, or 24% of our overall bill, is dedicated. Without question, our energy and water bill is this year's most important climate change legislation, with our overall bill dedicated to sustaining life on Earth. Instead of the President's short-sighted and devastating cuts, our bill invests in the future to meet serious national priorities. Real jobs as we achieve Building Back Better by providing $7.8 billion for the tremendous Army Corps of Engineers, $145 million above 2020. Real innovation to invest into the future in partnership with our universities and private sector innovators, providing $39.6 billion for the Department of Energy, $1 billion above 2020. Real security within the department as we responsibly fund the nuclear deterrent while boosting nonproliferation. Madam Chair, might I have an additional 30 seconds?
Yes.
Gentlewoman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. We achieve real impact as our bill increases the department's Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Program, ARPA-E, Advanced Energy Research, and the Office of Science. In sum, the Energy and Water Division of this bill invests in innovative programs to yield future opportunities for new age jobs. I don't support the cuts in the ATVM program related to advanced technology for vehicles, but I will say I support the legislation overall and believe that our bill is needed more
time
than
has
ever
expired.
to heal our nation and
The
advance our
gentlewoman from New
leadership
York
globally. I
reserves.
yield back.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the former chairman of the full committee and ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Rogers, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam, for yielding the time. I rise in support of this bill, but I want to first congratulate our committee's chair and ranking member for their great work on putting together this enormous and enormously important bill. First, I want to say how rare this day really is in another way. It's the first time that we've had a ranking member who's a female, Ms. Granger, and the first female chairman of the committee, Nita Lowey. We will miss her enormously on this committee and in the chamber. This bill is enormous. It's not perfect, but it reflects a fair compromise that includes funding for many important priorities at home and abroad, and vital assistance for all those negatively impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. As ranking member of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I want to tell you this bill provides critical funding for our national security. This includes $3.3 billion in foreign military financing for Israel and robust support to combat transnational crime and the flow of illegal drugs. The bill is also tough on China, as it commits serious resources behind our Indo-Pacific strategy. This includes exposing the censorship and propaganda wielded by the Chinese Communist Party and countering Beijing's debt trap diplomacy through well-funded, open, and transparent U.S. development by the Development Finance Corporation and the Countering Chinese Influence Fund. This bill also protects our core values. It maintains all pro-life protections from last year and rejects efforts to undo the President's historic policies that protect the sanctity of life. This bill is also great for my district in Kentucky. If I can be parochial, it provides the resources we need to continue the fight the opioid epidemic, which is now more important than ever
It fully funds my AML pilot program, which is truly breathing life back into my southern and eastern Kentucky communities. And it helps our small businesses and so many Kentuckians who are fighting tooth and nail to survive the coronavirus pandemic. This package does not have everything that we wanted, but it's a good bill and I think a fair compromise. I urge my colleagues' support, and before yielding, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the distinguished Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the gentlelady, for yielding me the time. While today's vote to provide relief to families who are suffering due to circumstances far beyond their control is welcome, it is long overdue and insufficient to fully meet their needs. Democrats put forth our priorities last May to bring relief to those who are sick, unemployed, homeless, and hungry. Republicans instead choose to ignore and obfuscate the widespread suffering. This short-term package will provide direct payments, an unemployment benefits extension, and some assistance to help families afford rent, food, water, and broadband. I applaud our Speaker for negotiating these critical provisions and of my colleagues who came together in a bipartisan way to drive this compromise. But this package must be viewed only as a down payment. Most of us can hardly wait to begin the new year with renewed hope. Our resolve as we come into 2021 with the new Congress and the new administration is to provide the leadership and support Americans need and deserve to get us beyond this pandemic. There can be no greater pursuit in 2021. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Idaho, the ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Simpson, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2021 Omnibus Appropriations Bill, and particularly the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriation Act. As ranking member of the subcommittee, I am pleased this bill is significantly improved from the House bill in many ways. First and foremost, the bill strongly supports our national nuclear security programs, providing $15.3 billion for the Weapons Activities Account, an increase of $2.9 billion above fiscal year 2020. This funding supports the maintenance and modernization of our nuclear weapons systems, which will ensure a credible and reliable nuclear deterrent. One of my personal priorities is promoting innovation and growth in nuclear energy. This bill provides almost $1.4 billion for research, development, and demonstration activities, including increased funding for the Advanced Small Reactors Program and Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, both programs focused on building the next generation of carbon-free technologies to be deployed here and abroad. The bill also includes critical water storage projects in the drought-prone West, such as the Anderson Ranch Dam rise in my district in Idaho. But before I yield back, I'd like to thank the full committee ranking member Kay Granger, who has so ably led our Republican Conference on Appropriation Matters all Congress long. And full committee chairman Lloyd deserves our thanks for her many years of service in this committee and to the nation. We will miss her. Energy and Water Chairwoman Marcy Kaptur and I again worked well with our Senate partners, Lamar Alexander and Dianne Feinstein, to advance national and constituent interests throughout the programs that are funded in this bill. Finally, I'd like to thank staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work, extremely hard work, particularly this last month, working to help bring this bill to completion. I appreciate this appropriations package includes the Energy and Water Division, is a strong bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Indiana, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Defense, who has spent the last 35 years in the Congress. We all share his knowledge, which he shares with us so willingly, and we appreciate his service not just to the committee, but to the Congress, to the country, and we wish you the very, very best. Thank you for your service in the Congress and on this committee. Mr. Pete Visclosky.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the chairwoman for yielding and for kind remarks. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to revise and accept my remarks.
Without objection.
I ask that my colleagues support H.R. 133. The defense portion of this bill continues to focus on the well-being and morale of those in uniform. For example, the bill provides an additional $116 million for upgrades to child care facilities and directs the military services to present innovative ideas to address the serious backlog for child care. However, I must also share my concerns over DoD and its lack of compliance with many congressionally directed reporting requirements. For example, last year the committee directed the department to submit a report on its contract for advertising services with socially and economically disadvantaged small businesses. The report was 5 months late. The department has also habitually redirected funding in contravention of congressional intent. One DoD official referred to these transfers of billions of dollars as anomalies. I refer to them as habitual abuses. I hope in the future it will recognize Congress's constitutional prerogatives. Finally, since as was mentioned, this will be my last floor statement after nearly 44 years of working in the House. I want to thank all of the wonderful staff who have made what successes we have enjoyed possible. And I also want to thank my parents, John and Helen Visclosky, and my sister Anna Marie Visclosky, who believed in me when I was an unemployed young former staffer and made my incredible life journey possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserved. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation. First, I want to thank the chairwoman, Chairman Lowy, for her hard work and her dedication to this institution and wish her well in her retirement. And I certainly want to thank our ranking member for her hard work and all the things that went into getting this bill together. I know it's difficult. We certainly appreciate it. And finally, Chairman Visclosky, Pete Visclosky, not only my chairman, but my close friend. He's worked hard on this bill, and he's done a wonderful job over the years, and certainly a patriot who deserves the credit putting this defense bill together. The Constitution grants Congress the explicit and sacred responsibility to provide for our nation's defense. This bill before us today does just that. It provides funding for many key programs consistent with the National Defense Strategy and is focused on great power competition with China and Russia. The bill prioritizes funds programs essential to our continued military dominance. It provides for our combatant commanders with the resources, equipment they need to carry out the missions around the world. We continue key investments in fifth-generation combat aircraft, ships, 2 Virginia-class submarines, while continuing to invest in the essential research and development of new technologies, essentials to maintaining U.S. military superiority. We continue to prioritize the health and welfare of our men and women in uniform. The funding in this bill reflects the long-standing concerns that so many of our members have had with defense health programs, sexual assault prevention, suicide prevention, and the long-awaited electronic health records, which we need to get fixed. We must get this bill signed into law as soon as possible. According to the DoD Comptroller, a continuing resolution wastes $1.7 billion per month and stops many of the modernization priorities that are the cornerstone of maintaining our military superiority over near-peer threats such as China and Russia. I'm pleased that we're able to overcome politically charged issues to negotiate this final passage. I urge all the members to vote for it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas reserved. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut, the chair of the Subcommittee on Labor, Health, Human Services, and Education, and now chair of the full committee, where I know she will serve with her great knowledge with distinction. Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the lady from New York, and I hope to fill her shoes in what she has done to promote the welfare of the lives of the people of this country. Thank you. I rise to support this bill. We are at a critical moment. We are not just living through a public health crisis, but an economic one. Two crises which have magnified existing inequalities. Tens of millions of workers are unemployed. Millions of families are facing hunger, many for the first time in their lives. Small businesses going under, and over 300,000 Americans have lost their lives. The COVID relief package we are voting today is a start. And I thank my colleagues in the House of Representatives for elevating it to promote important relief. It brings back the enhanced federal unemployment insurance, direct payments, a second round of PPP loans, $13 billion in emergency food assistance, and a temporary boost to the monthly food stamp program. And critically, it includes my Preventing Online Sales of E-Cigarettes Act. Despite strong Republican opposition, it provides nearly $2 billion to maintain the paid leave option. I will fight for paid sick days and paid family and medical leave in the new year so that no worker is left behind. In the labor HHS provisions, we were able to secure $155 billion in life or death funding, $73 billion for the Department of Health and Human Services, $82 billion for the Department of Education. However, it is only a start, and we must do so much more. We need aid to cities and states. We need a child tax credit and much more money for child care. Let us act and get the people the help they need. Yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, the ranking member of the Labor, Health and Human Services Subcommittee, Mr. Cole, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to have the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education bill included in this important appropriations package. As we've done every year since I've served on the subcommittee, we've been able to reach a compromise. I want to highlight a few of the many provisions in the Labor HHS section of the bill. The agreement boosts funding for the National Institute of Health by $1.25 billion. I'm proud to say this increase represents the 6th straight year of sustained increases for the NIH, thanks to bipartisan, bicameral support. The funding resources, expertise, and investments we've made over the past 6 years in biomedical research, along with public health planning through mechanisms like the Infectious Disease Rapid Response Fund, are helping us come out of this pandemic faster than predicted. Make no mistake, this is not an accident. It's a result of years of quiet investment, planning, and scientific dedication. I'm glad this conference agreement continues these investments in biomedical research that will benefit the nation. Finally, the bill also funds the President's Childhood Cancer Initiative and continues support to end the HIV epidemic. This conference agreement before us today also increases funding for education and training programs, including $52 million for an increase in career and technical education, $10 million increase for TRIO and Gear Up. We've increased funds for impact aid and special education and provided funds for veterans to integrate back into the workforce. Finally, the bill continues existing funding restrictions, including those important to the pro-life community, and drops new controversial language. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by thanking Ranking Member Kay Granger and Labor, Health and Human Services Chair Rosa DeLauro. Ms. Granger has been a valiant leader navigating our members through some difficult decisions to bring us here today. I also want to acknowledge the negotiating skills of the Chair of the Labor HHS Subcommittee, Ms. DeLauro. I very much look forward to serving with her as both the Chair of my subcommittee as well as the Chair of the full committee in the next Congress. Last but certainly not least, I also want to thank our full committee chair, Ms. DeLauro, who had an outstanding career and navigated us to this point. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Florida, the chairwoman of the Subcommittee, Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the combined fiscal year 2021 government spending and coronavirus relief package. The package before us today does not have everything the American people need. It shortchanges key relief programs like aid to our first responders and state and local governments. But the American people are suffering and need immediate relief. Support from Congress is long overdue. The package includes critical Democratic priorities we fought for, like money for small businesses, extended unemployment benefits, individual stimulus checks, and public health funding to eradicate the coronavirus. It contains legislation I authored to reauthorize the EARLY Act, which educates young and at-risk women about breast cancer. The appropriations bills in this package advance key priorities like $250 million for Everglades restoration, fighting child exploitation on the internet, and protecting migrants and holding DHS accountable. As chair of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, we fund improved health care for veterans, modernize the VA electronic health record system, and improve military infrastructure to ensure readiness. And we did not include funding to reimburse the president for his theft of military funds for the racist border wall. The Democratic House passed our coronavirus relief bill in May and our appropriations bills in July. Republicans failed to do their job. They have showcased unprecedented incompetence and cruelty this year. Why did Republicans block this relief package until now? They thought we were too generous with the American people, and they wanted to protect corporations who put workers in harm's way, and then tried to shackle the Federal Reserve in a last-minute effort to make it harder for the Biden administration to help struggling small businesses. Democrats will keep fighting for additional aid once President-elect Biden takes office. That cannot come soon enough. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserved. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Michigan, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Milner, for 1 minute.
Thank you,
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentlelady from Texas for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation finishing the appropriations process for 2021 because it funds important priorities for Michigan families. It includes funding for the construction of a new lock at the Sioux Locks, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, rural broadband internet access, and NIH research into cures for cancer and Alzheimer's. Of course, there's more work to do. Many communities have been affected by disasters this year, including my district where 2 dams failed and communities were flooded. Congress should do more to help all communities affected by natural disasters this year, and I will be doing everything I can to help those in my district apply to receive federal assistance. I'm glad we have this bill done for the American people, and I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle to craft bipartisan legislation again in the new year. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, the chairman of the Committee on Education and Labor, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from New York for her long career helping working men and women throughout the nation, and I rise in support of this historic legislation. Under this bill, we're able to secure expansion of Pell Grants to make it easier for students to access aid by streamlining the free application for federal student aid. We're able to eliminate the ban on Pell Grants for incarcerated students. We're able to discharge debts for many historically black colleges and universities, and we were able to invest $82 billion in schools and colleges. I'm particularly proud that we were able to provide an end to the legal prohibition of the use of federal funds in transportation to promote school integration. That's right, that's still illegal until this bill passes. And finally, I want to praise the inclusion in this legislation of the fact that we're finally ending surprise medical bills and the problems along those lines. I hope we will pass the bill and do a lot for students and workers and
Gentleman's
patients.
time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Florida, the ranking member of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Diaz-Balart, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Speaker, thank you, and let me first thank the ranking member and also the chairwoman. and Chairman Price for working with me on the transportation and housing title of this bill. This bill includes $230 million for port infrastructure programs, which is crucial to coastal states, but also, frankly, to our entire freight network. I'm particularly pleased that this bill includes $390 million for the Maritime Academy Training Ship Program. This bill also renews housing assistance for millions of Americans in need, and it's our duty to meet this commitment, especially for our elderly, our disabled, and our heroes, our veterans. Also very pleased that the bill provides $3 billion for homeless assistance grants. I've seen the results of those programs firsthand as we effectively eliminated homelessness among veterans in Miami-Dade County. As a final point, the THUD bill, it's important that in the THUD bill and all the other parts, the controversial riders were dropped, allowing us to move forward. This omnibus itself continues strong investments also into our national defense. It funds Everglades restoration and prioritizes school safety initiatives. Once again, Chairman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger led the way through these very difficult times by working day and night and never, ever giving up. And a final word to Chairwoman Lowy as she manages her final bill. You know, you can agree or disagree with this honorable member from New York, but she is always honorable, straightforward, a true gentlewoman, and she has been a huge asset to this institution and to our country. Godspeed, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I am delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from my class. We came to the Congress together. From New Jersey, the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pallone, 1.5.
The gentleman from New
Because
Jersey.
you're my class, the extra 0.5.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this final omnibus package that includes critical legislation from the Energy and Commerce Committee. First, this agreement includes $69 billion to crush the coronavirus by supporting the rapid and equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, as well as critical testing and contact tracing. Second, this package finally ends surprise medical bills for American consumers. These surprise bills have burdened millions of patients with crushing medical debts. It saves money, which pays for a 3-year extension to fund community health centers and other vital health care programs. Third, the bill phases down HFCs. This is a big win in the fight against climate change, along with the reauthorization of the Pipeline Safety Act, which reduces methane leaks. And fourth, we provide major assistance for struggling families to better afford their internet service. These are just a few of the key provisions from the Energy and Commerce Committee. But I want to end by thanking the chair, Nita Lowey. As she mentioned, she and Elliot Engel, myself, and Rich Neal are the last in our class. I hate to say it that way. She's been an outstanding legislator and a great friend. My only regret is that she's going to just leave Richie, Neal, and myself to carry on here. So I really wish she would not leave, but I know she wants to, and I wish her the best. I love you, Nita. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Nebraska, the ranking member of the Agricultural Subcommittee, Mr. Fortenberry, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Granger, and I want to also add my thanks to my good friend, Chair Lowy, upon her retirement from Congress. Thank you so much for your grace-filled leadership all these years. I'm very, very happy for you in this new phase of life. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman of the Agricultural Subcommittee publicly here, Chair Sanford Bishop. He has such a professionalism and courtesy and a working, friendly, bipartisan spirit. I really think it's important that America hear that. Mr. Speaker, this bill underwrites the stabilization policies for our farmers and ranchers, the protection of our drug supply, and what I call the farm of the future. Now, these elongated deliberations have created extra time for us here in Congress. I know you'd probably prefer to be in Maryland. I certainly would prefer to be in Nebraska, but we've had important work to do here. But given the extra amount of time, I took some liberties, and I visited with a young farmer near here, Mr. Speaker. He lives in the Shenandoah Valley. And on a cold Virginia night, I actually sanitized my own shoes and walked with him in his poultry house. And we talked. We talked about cost, fertilizer use, mechanical versus digital monitors, and options for integrating renewable energy into his operations. Checking his birds. It's a routine he dutifully performs. And that's what America's farmers are about. Constancy, vigilance, and hard work. And whether it's in the field or among livestock, the day in and day out life of the farmer in Nebraska or Virginia or Georgia, it's what keeps America strong and helps feed the world. This bill supports our production agricultural system in many traditional ways, while we also witness an opportunity to expand the farm family. New forms of small-scale niche agriculture marry high tech with high touch, connecting the rural to the urban, the farmer to the family, and the farm to the table. This is the future of farming. Of particular importance, the bill supports rural broadband as well as protecting our drug supply. It's an important bill for the constructs of the most basic systems in America.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Again, the bill supports rural broadband.
Oh, hold on, time. The gentleman from Texas need additional time.
I yield to the gentleman from Nebraska 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. The bill supports rural broadband, and that's more than wires laid. It's about creating an ecosystem of livability so that the benefits of telehealth and teleeducation and telework, along with precision agriculture, can be distributed equitably throughout the country. The inspiring COVID vaccine approvals by the FDA have shown us what we can do together, and this bill also protects our drug supply while keeping unsafe drugs out. It's important that these provisions make it into law. That's why I'm happy to support this bill. And again, Chair Lowy, thank you for your leadership.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The relief in this bill is desperately needed as families struggle during the pandemic crisis. The negotiations were difficult. They were tough. And I wish we could have done even more, but I'm pleased we've done as well as we could have done to provide relief for so many in desperate need, for their government to come to their aid. As chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, I'm proud to have secured $25 billion in emergency rental assistance. We need much more. We also got an extension of the eviction moratorium and $12 billion in low-cost, long-term capital and grants to the minority depository institutions and the credit unions and the community development financial institutions. I'd like to thank Ranking Member McHenry, Chairman Crapo, and Ranking Member Brown for working with me on these provisions. I'm so pleased that the legislation includes stimulus payments for families and individuals. Not enough, but I'm pleased. New funding for unemployment insurance. Not enough, but I'm pleased. I'm also pleased we have support for Los Angeles International Airport in my district and small business forgivable PPP loans. This bill will also expand the amount of PPP loans for which restaurants are eligible by a considerable amount. Let me be clear. Much more is needed, but this bill is a most important first step, and I'm very pleased that we're able to come to the aid of all of our constituents. And I'd like to thank Nancy Pelosi for the tremendous job that she did in negotiating to get us to this point. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, the ranking member of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I wish to convey my warm thoughts and sentiments to Ms. Lowy of New York, who is chairman of this committee. It's been a privilege to work with you for almost a decade in my capacity, and I wish you the best in your future, and I thank you for your service to this great House. Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise in support of the bill we have before us, which is the results of months of negotiations on how best to manage our government's resources in fiscal year 2021 and respond to COVID pandemic that has gripped so many of our communities. As the ranking member of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, I'd like to thank my full committee leader, Ms. Granger, for her great leadership on pulling this omnibus together. I would also like to thank Subcommittee Chairwoman Ms. Roybal Allard from California, along with Senators Capito and Tester across the hall for their work in comedy in resolving these difficult and challenging issues. Chairman Roybal Allard, it's a pleasure to have served with you in this role. Mr. Speaker, I think we have a very balanced agreement. We continue to provide $1.375 billion for border security and funds flexibility for immigration and customs enforcement to respond to detention needs. Further, we have significant investments in many of our nation's security components, including the great United States Coast Guard, cyber security and infrastructure, and FEMA grants to our states and localities to respond to disasters. Further, the bill before us eliminates the riders and policy provisions contained in the House reported bill that would have inhibited the Department of Homeland Security from fulfilling its law enforcement responsibilities at our borders and in the interior of our country. My colleagues, I urge a yes vote on this package. It is time for the fiscal year to get underway. I wish you all a happy and healthy new year. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank, our chairwoman, Nita Lowy, for once again doing such a phenomenal job. I'm going to miss you tremendously, Chairwoman Lowy. Let me just say how much I support this survival bill, which provides a few months of relief from those suffering from the severe impact of COVID. I also thank the Speaker, Congresswoman Chair DeLauro, Chairman Pallone for their work with our Tri-Caucus to include $2.8 billion for testing and vaccine support in communities of color hardest hit by COVID. Also to our subcommittee chairs and staff, I want to thank them for including so many of our priorities and for their diligent work on this. It's really shameful that it's taken so long to realize that Republicans know that their constituents are desperate for help and need their government to give them a lifeline during this terrible time also. 8 million people have slipped into poverty since the start of this pandemic, and 1 in 4 adults are suffering from hunger during COVID-19. 318,000 people have died from the Trump administration's scandalous mismanagement. I support this bill. Let's give this lifeline to people. Let's move forward and see this as a down payment.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation to provide relief to our fellow Americans, accelerate our nation's economic recovery, and ensure our great nation comes back better, stronger, and healthier than ever. I don't want to belabor my deep concerns with the process, except to say, Mr. Speaker, it is fundamentally broken, and it was unnecessarily prolonged for purely political reasons. And the American people waited and waited for months. They deserve better, Mr. Speaker. But I want to thank my dear friend, fellow Texan and ranking member Kay Granger, our leader Kevin McCarthy, Kevin Brady, and many others who helped finalize this agreement. It's far from perfect. I haven't met perfect legislation since coming to Washington, but it does a good job of supporting our struggling families and small businesses, healthcare professionals, teachers, and other frontline workers at a time when many desperately need it. And all of this at a fraction of Speaker Pelosi's $3.3 trillion bailout bonanza, which included cash for illegals, legalizing marijuana, and a host of other unnecessary and irresponsible provisions. Mr. Speaker, it's no small feat to keep our annual spending below the budget cap, and I commend my colleagues, including Chairwoman Lowy, for that. And to do that and prevail in protecting troops and their pay raise, funding for the border wall, preserving the sacred protections for our unborn, I got to tell you, that's pretty darn good. And it's hard for me to stand for some of this stuff in this bill, this omnibus, but on balance, it's good for the country. And I'm standing with you, Chairwoman Lowy. I'm standing with my fellow Texan, Kay Granger. God bless America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, my friend for 32 years in the House, the outstanding Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing this important legislation to the floor. I thank you and Ranking Member Kay Granger for bringing this in a very strong bipartisan way. I spoke this morning at some length so it's on the record as to my attitude here. I salute the legislation that is here and urge passage, but I do want to take a minute to thank Madam Chair. She has served in the Congress for a long time. We've side by side over the years, Rosa DeLauro and Steny Hoyer and Mr. Clyburn as appropriators. I have seen her values-based, astute political knowledge, her strategic thinking, her encyclopedic knowledge of the legislation produce the results, understanding what the traffic will bear and what the country needs first and foremost. So, Madam Chair, thank you. I don't know how many more times we will thank you, but hopefully when the coronavirus goes away, we can all join in embracing your great leadership and expressing gratitude. And as I do, Mr. Speaker, I want to just again take a moment in recognition of the other chairs who worked to make this legislation so effective. Richie Neal with direct payments, with the employment retention tax credit, with unemployment insurance, to name a few. Congresswoman Velasquez with small business. Under her leadership and working in a bipartisan way, small businesses, which are the heart of our economy, have received almost $1 trillion in these coronavirus bills, almost $1 trillion. And we support that. But I also would hope there'd be some commensurate recognition of the jobs, small business, and the jobs in state and local government. They have only received $160 billion in all of these bills. $160 billion. Does that sound familiar? That's exactly the amount of money that the Republicans put in the CARES bill to give to the wealthiest in our country. And yet for all the states and localities, and it was retroactive, having nothing to do with coronavirus, $160 billion. And they thought that was commensurate with the responsibilities of our healthcare workers, our state and local police and fire, first responders, transportation, sanitation, food workers, our teachers, our teachers, our teachers. So yes, there is more work to do, and it will cost some money, but it will protect jobs, and most importantly, it will meet the needs of the American people to crush the virus, and to do so in a way that brings us all into the future in a very safe way. And I thank Congresswoman Velasquez for her extraordinary leadership in that regard. Maxine Waters, coming to the needs of people, renters, landlords, etc., with her important legislation. Of course, we want more, but for now, this will see us through. Her community development financial institutions legislation, her MDIs, making all that is available in the small business piece available to so many more people. Mr. Scott, Bobby Scott, Virginia schools, student loans, child care, thank you. Thank you for making it right. Pallone, thank you, Mr. Pallone, for your leadership again and again. Vaccines, the vaccine issue is so important, how it is delivered, how it's produced, distributed, going from Vaccine to vaccination, from lab to arm, so much required, and much of it is in this bill. Testing, tracing still needed. Provider relief fund that goes along with that. And for broadband, the personal interest you took in broadband. Mr. DeFazio on transportation and WRDA. Yesterday morning, we didn't even have WRDA in the bill. That's why this all has taken longer to do. So I thank him for an important role that he played. You know it about the airlines and the rest, but so much more. Mr. Peterson on the nutrition. People are hungry in our country, and we had to fight for nutrition money. But I thank him for his persistence and the advocacy of Jim McGovern, our champion on hunger in the Congress. As is Rosa DeLauro, I don't know if she's here. But Mr. McGovern has gone on hunger strikes and the rest, and he really values what is in this bill on nutrition to feed the hungry in our country. And Ms. Maloney on saving our postal service. Just a brief reference to them to say thank you, because this has been a long, difficult negotiation. These chairs, their members of the committee, and their staffs have been invaluable. Shalonda, I don't know where Chris is. I know where Shalonda is. And Chris, thank you so much for making all of this happen. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I reference the statement I made this morning about one thing and another, about the attitude we have to this and the need for us to recognize this as a first step, and that the need for us to address the important contribution that our health workers, our police and fire, first responders, sanitation, transportation, food workers, our teachers, if we're going to have safely enter the economy and our schools, we must crush the virus. I have hope because of the virus. That's why we could support this bill. It doesn't go all the way, but it takes us down the path, a first step. So I have hope because of the virus, and I have hope because of the election of Joe Biden as President of the United States, a president who will follow science. He will follow science, and he will recognize that we have to meet the needs of all of the American people, wherever they live in our country, especially addressing Barbara Lee's concerns about the communities of color that have been underserved in so much of what we have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time with great appreciation to Madam Chair Anita Lowy. Thank you, Ranking Member Granger. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from New York reserved. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ranking Member Kay Granger. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to do a video, as we all are communicating with one another virtually, about my colleague and friend with whom I have served for over 3 decades, Ms. Nita Lowy. I went to school in Nita Lowy's district many years ago. And when she came here, we became friends, and shortly thereafter she came on the Appropriations Committee, and we served together, as Speaker Pelosi said, on the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. I served on that committee for 23 years. I have a great affection for that committee. And we served under a gentleman named Bill Natcher from the state of Kentucky. And he used to stand when he presented that bill to the floor and say, "This is the people's bill." Mr. Speaker, this is the people's bill. This is a bill that must pass. They say that good things come to those who wait. They've waited too long. Too much pain. Physical, too many deaths, too much psychological damage, too many lost jobs. This is, however, a good thing that will come to those who need it so badly. I want to thank Chairwoman Lowy, who has performed such extraordinary service on the Labor Health Committee for a long time, for the Foreign Ops Committee for a long time, and for the Appropriations Committee. And I want to thank my friend Kay Granger. You know, we're perceived as awfully partisan, and this has really been a partisan project as well. It took us from May 15th to today to get this bill done. Passed in the interim on October 1st another bill of substantially lesser sum than the one we passed in May, and a little more than what we're passing, actually twice what we're passing today. All of it was needed. All of it was needed. The American people have been waiting and watching and hoping that Congress would not only be able to avert a shutdown, but also to provide needed COVID-19 relief. Mr. Speaker, we now have a bipartisan agreement and legislation that will achieve both of those aims. Kay Granger, as I said, is somebody who was a mayor in Texas. And mayors know they've got to get things done. And Congresswoman Granger has been somebody who wants to get things done. She and Nita Lowy have been a team in getting things done. Thank you, both of you. This bill completes the appropriations process by investing in the American people, in our national defense, in economic opportunity, and in strengthening safety net programs that keep Americans out of poverty. As I said, I want to thank both Nita Lowy and Kay Granger. I particularly want to thank an extraordinary member of this body. She's not called a congresswoman. She's not a member of this body, but she is a person without whom we would not be nearly as successful as we have been over this last year, who has made this year less painful for millions and millions and millions and millions of Americans. Her name is Shalonda Young. She sits right behind me. An extraordinary talent whose leadership makes seminal contributions to all sections of this bill, appropriations and COVID-19. She is in many ways the indispensable person when we're coming to dealing with bills of this magnitude. She works for Ms. Lowy, as does Chris Bigelow, who both have done extraordinary service. Shalonda Young, Mr. Speaker, represents the best of us. I say that because she represents a lot of the staff we have here. Extraordinarily talented, extraordinarily patriotic, extraordinarily dedicated to the work of the American people, and extraordinarily underpaid. Members are going to be underpaid in this bill, too. We beat our chest and we have money in there that says we don't get a COLA. One more time. Aren't we so courageous? I'm disgusted by that, Mr. Speaker. I want all of America to know. I want all my constituents to know. Every member in this place, whether I agree with it or not, is worth a COLA, at least trying to keep them even with the cost of living in this country. And we struck it one more time as we pretend that we think the COLA is unjust. However, that is a de minimis objection to this bill, which certainly will not dissuade me, ought not to dissuade anybody from voting enthusiastically, energetically, and proudly for this bill. As a result of this omnibus, the next president will be able to start his administration focusing on immediate challenges instead of trying to finish the previous year's work. I want to say something on that one more time. I've talked to Ms. Granger, who's going to be here. There is no reason Mr. Speaker, why we can't pass appropriation bills by September 30th, the beginning of the fiscal year, or the ending of the first, and October 1st being the beginning. And I am frustrated as the majority leader that's supposed to be able to make things work here. With my colleagues, we did make it work here. But our Senate colleagues did not pass a single bill prior to the election. So here we are. In addition, this end-of-the-year package includes critical clean energy legislation passed by the House earlier this year that makes important progress toward addressing the climate crisis while ensuring that Americans can create good jobs by leading a clean energy economy. We were also able in this bill, Mr. Speaker, to include legislation that protects patients from surprise bills by removing them from the fight between insurers and providers and implementing a fair process for resolving disputes. On COVID-19 relief, while we were unable to secure agreement on every priority that Democrats and some Republicans wanted, we don't always get everything we want, so be it. That's the process. We were able, however, to include many of the provisions we included in previous bills on May 15th and October 1st, which I referred to earlier, for which Democrats have been fighting for months and that Americans desperately need. These include a resumption of expanded unemployment benefits, another round of direct payments, relief for renters, assistance to make sure that Americans can put food on the table. In the richest country on the face of the earth, we have people in food lines who can't feed themselves. That is not only wrong, it is immoral and inconsistent with my faith, and I think the faith of most. Additional help for small business, appropriate, and resources to help schools open safely. In addition, we secured another $3.36 billion for Gavi, and I thank the chair. It's a small program, relatively speaking, but it's about keeping people healthy around the world. We are a shrinking globe, and this COVID crisis came from abroad, wherever it came from. Europe, contrary to the president saying it only came from China, it came from Europe, it came from China. We have a moral responsibility to make sure that it doesn't keep coming and that we help our brothers and sisters abroad as well so that we too can be healthy. In the new year, we will continue to work to ensure that our country can meet the challenges of COVID-19, including help for state, local, tribal, and territorial governments who are in the front line. Who's delivering the shot in the arm? States and local governments. No compromise is perfect, of course, and this is not perfect. So many people have said that, but that goes without saying. We don't do perfect, we human beings. If we do the right thing, we do the best we can. It's essential that we move forward and do our jobs for the American people. That's why the House did its job by passing the HEROES Act in May and again in October, and why we passed appropriation bills to fund nearly all of government by July 26. It was disappointing, as I've said, that the Senate waited until November to begin serious consideration of appropriation bills. I don't mean the subcommittees didn't work, they just didn't report anything out. Thankfully, though, we are taking action together. We're taking action together. America, we are taking action together. And you can be pleased when you see the board light up mostly, overwhelmingly green. I urge the President to sign this legislation without delay. Just, Mr. Speaker, as I urge him to sign the National Defense Authorization Act, in which you played such a critical role, Mr. Speaker, and we passed earlier this month. I fear that he will veto this bill for an unrelated, totally non-germane issue. And we may be back here on the 28th. But if we're not here on the 28th, again, Nita Lowy, I want to say to you, thank you. How much we appreciate your contribution. And how much we appreciate the contribution of all those who might be leaving, either voluntarily or involuntarily. We thank them for their service. Mr. Speaker, let's finish the work of the 117th Congress. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas, the ranking member of Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Brady, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Ranking Member Granger for her leadership. Yes, sir. We'll do her. I want to thank Ranking Member Granger for her terrific leadership on this bill and throughout this session. This agreement is a big, important win for American workers, healthcare providers, Main Street businesses, and families. In this agreement, we have Republican tax relief for American families. We permanently make it easier to deduct high medical costs and lifetime learning costs. And we extend for 5 years the tax credit for paid family and medical leave. Plus, we take it one step further by helping businesses pay off student loans for workers. We have big wins for patients and families together. We end surprise medical bills when you visit the ER or have scheduled medical procedures. We require that patients be given a true and honest bill ahead of a scheduled procedure, and we make it easier to find in-network doctors and providers. In addition to helping patients, we also help our doctors. We increase their pay and stop 2/3 of planned Medicare cuts for certain providers. We also increase doctor pay by over $3 billion and add 1,000 new graduate medical education slots to help train more doctors. We took needed action to improve health care in rural areas. It also contains strong anti-fraud safeguards for unemployment. We offer crucial tax help for millions of Americans and small businesses with another round of stimulus checks, more funds and flexibility for PPP loans. We also include important technical corrections to the new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, which will help our economy rebuild from this pandemic. And maybe most importantly, we have big wins in this package to help us defeat the virus once and for all, with billions more in funding for vaccines, testing, distribution, and more. This bipartisan solution is so important to the American people. This is a strong and needed package. Its benefits will be felt for years to come. I also want to finish by thanking our committee chairman, Richie Neal, who worked so closely with me and all of our committee members on these wins for the American people. It's been an honor to work with him this Congress. And I'm also very proud of the work and leadership that Republicans have exemplified throughout this Congress, especially among the Ways and Means Committee. I will gladly and strongly vote in support of this bill and encourage all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Just reserve.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from New York reserved. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I close, I want to take a moment to recognize my good friend and our full committee chairman, Nita Lowy, as this will be the last bill that she'll take to the floor. She's the first woman to hold the gavel of the Appropriations Committee, and her retirement is a huge loss to our country, to our committee, and to me personally. When I was named as ranking member and she was named as chair, she called me to her office, and we really had never worked together. We were on different committees. I'll never forget what she said. She said, "We're going to do it on time, on budget, and we're going to become best friends." And I wasn't sure she wasn't crazy, but I said, "I'll do that." And we became good friends, and we did things on time and on budget. And everything was a joy working with her because she always knew what she wanted to do. She was inclusive, and we did turn it to have a friendship that I will always cherish. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that I realized that I had a unique opportunity in working with you. I learned a lot, and we had a good time, didn't we? I also want to take a minute to thank the members of our committee and our staff for their hard work this year. This really is a must-pass bill that I look forward to getting signed into law, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of these bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address this House for the final time. For 32 years, it has been my privilege to serve as United States Representative from New York. And in the 116th Congress, it has been my distinct honor to be the first chairwoman of the House Appropriations Committee. By wielding the power of the purse, this bill will make a profound difference in the lives of millions of Americans and people around the world. I am proud to have worked with so many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to assemble this bill and other legislative successes. You have challenged and inspired me, and I treasure the friendships that we have made. My dear friend Kay Granger, it has been such an honor getting to know you. Texas values, New York values, no matter what they say, we became good friends and worked so well together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would be remiss if I did not thank the talented staff who have worked so hard to put this bill together. Led by Clerk and Staff Director Shalonda Young, the extraordinary Shalonda Young, who's way back there. Thank you, Shalonda Young. And the also extraordinary Deputy Staff Director, Chris Bigelow. What a team. They manage no matter how much paper, no matter what the challenge, they seem to be able to put it all together and get it right. Shalonda and Chris, I thank you. And always with an assist by my Chief of Staff, Elizabeth Stanley. And I do want to thank the Staff Director of the subcommittee which I chair, Steve Marquez, Foreign Operations. There is one principle that has guided my 32 years of public service. When you see a problem, whether it's here or in the district or in another community, do something about it. Too many people see a problem. They're good people, but they'll all go off to this personal activity or another personal activity. Members of Congress know when they see a problem, we have a responsibility to address it and do something about it to make life better for our community, the nation, and the world. This bill does something to crush this virus and set us on the course for a strong and equitable recovery. Mr. Speaker, for the last time, and with a deep sense of gratitude for the honor of serving in this House, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1271, the previous question is ordered. The question of adoption of the motion is divided. The first portion of the divided question is, will the House concur in the Senate amendment with the matter proposed to be inserted as divisions B, C, E, and F of the amendment of the House? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 965. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Did you, what's that? Oh, yeah. Did you, oh, yeah, that's right. And there are 2 votes, right? Okay. Recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Peterson in Minnesota pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Peterson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise? As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Congressman Jose Serrano pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Congressman Serrano will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. I said Johnson. Okay. Yeah, as a member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. You ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As a member designated by Representative Cisneros of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Representative Cisneros will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Del Bene of Washington State pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Larson of Connecticut pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gianforte pursuant to H.Res. 965, I'll inform the House that Mr. Gianforte will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
You ready? For what purposes the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
From Connecticut rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rooney pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rooney will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As a member designated by Mr. Veazey, pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Veazey will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As a member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform that House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And as member designated by Congressmember Costa pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Shimkus pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Shimkus will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado pursuant to H.R.S. 965, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Richmond of Louisiana pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Heck, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Heck will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Castor pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Castor will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment in the first part of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment in the first part of the divided question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Dr. Barra will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Ruda pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ruda will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Reyes of California pursuant to H.Res.
Gentlewoman will suspend. House will be in order.
As the member designated by Dr. Reyes of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Reyes will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bustos pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bustos will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, a correction. As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Doggett pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Fletcher pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Ro Khanna pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici pursuant to H.Res. 965.
Gentlewoman will suspend. Gentlewoman will suspend.
I inform the House.
Gentlewoman will suspend. House will be in order. House will be in order. You may proceed.
As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mitchell pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Mitchell will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Dr. Schreier pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Dr. Schreier will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Davis pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Davis will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Ms. Holland, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote nay on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Case of Hawaii, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Case will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on the portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on the first portion of the divided question. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on the first portion of the divided question. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mukersel Powell of Florida, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mukersel Powell will also vote yea on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Finkenauer, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Finkenauer will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Schakowsky, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Schakowsky will vote no on the first portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lipinski pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lipinski from Illinois will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar votes no on the first portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Robal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Robal Allard will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the first portion of the divided question.
The yeas are 327, the nays are 85. The first portion of the divided question is adopted. The second portion of the divided question is, will the House concur in the Senate amendment with all of the matter proposed to be inserted in the amendment by the House other than divisions B, C, E, and F? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the
I asked for
gentlewoman
the
from
yeas
Texas?
and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 985, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bustos, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bustos will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mucarsel Powell of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mucarsel Powell will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As a member designated by Mr. Richmond of Louisiana pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As a member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
Not doing it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lipinski of Illinois pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lipinski will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
York. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek
Good
recognition?
evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment and the second part of the divided question. And as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd also like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment on the second part of the divided question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Peterson of Minnesota, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Peterson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman for Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Robal Allard of California, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Robal Allard will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Davis, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Davis will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Spear, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cisneros of California, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Representative Cisneros will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Representative Cardenas of California, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Case of Hawaii, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Case will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Velasquez pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Ruiz of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Finkenauer pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Finkenauer will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Schakowsky pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Schakowsky will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Schreier pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Dr. Schreier will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Mitchell pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Mitchell will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Heck of Washington pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Heck will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Cardinal Jose Serrano pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Cardinal Serrano will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the second portion of the divided question.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Castor pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Castor will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Larson of Connecticut, the Nutmeg State, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene of Washington State, the Evergreen State, and pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of the Yellowhammer State, Alabama, and pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine, the Pine Tree State, and pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano from the Golden State of California, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Barra, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Dr. Barra will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. Member designated by Mr. Ruda, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ruda will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pocan pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House Mr. Pocan votes aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Fletcher pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher votes aye on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Doggett pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Doggett votes aye on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gianforte pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gianforte will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Garamendi, pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado, pursuant to H.J. Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Veazey, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Veazey will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. As the member designated by Mr. Rooney, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rooney will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
Does the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Coleman will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And as the member designated by Mr. Alvio Series, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Shimkus, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Shimkus will vote yes on the second portion of the divided question.
On this vote, the yeas are 359, the nays are 53. The second portion of the divided question is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the bill S4996 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4996, an act to ensure funding of the United States trustees, extend temporary bankruptcy judgeships, and for other purposes.
Is there objection to consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, I got some UC stuff I was asked to do.
Pursuant to Section 4B of House Resolution 967, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Thursday, December 24th, 2020.
Danger. And I've enjoyed these throughout Maine, like the Ogunquit Playhouse or the Central Theater for Performing Arts in Dover Foxcroft. They are the heart and soul of our smaller communities. But I was disappointed to see that the final bill has stripped provisions from our bipartisan bicameral group that we included in our package to try to keep the focus of these grants on these smaller entities. Specifically, our proposal would have limited the grant amounts that related entities could receive to no more than $10 million and excluded museums with endowments larger than $75 million. Common sense safeguards. Now, I do appreciate that the legislation sets aside $2 billion for entities with 50 employees or fewer. But I'm concerned that as drafted, many venues and museums with significant endowments and other resources could be the largest beneficiaries of this section because of the safeguards that were stripped out by the negotiators. For example, a museum in New York City, say, with $1 billion endowment could receive an outright grant as long as the museum has an auditorium and meets the other eligibility requirements. Mr. President, that surely does not seem like an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to me, and was clearly designed to help large city venues that will survive without our help. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I am pleased to support this package. This COVID relief is vitally needed for our struggling families, for our hard-hit small businesses, for our challenged schools, for our stressed healthcare system, to promote the distribution of the vaccine and more testing, and to help our overwhelmed Postal Service. I urge support for the package, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader,
I ask consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
without objection.
With the Senate poised to complete some major business for the country and wrap up a most unusual year, I want to express some gratitude to the men and women behind the scenes who make our work possible. Passing an historic rescue package and a full-year funding bill would be a serious undertaking, even in ordinary circumstances. And of course, this pandemic year has brought anything but ordinary circumstances to the Senate, just like everywhere else. For about 10 months and counting, COVID-19 has imposed new challenges on hundreds of people who are already plenty busy enough. After much of the Senate worked remotely in April, we came back to work in early May, like the essential institution that we are. Month after month, we've taken smart and careful precautions and remained an exemplary safe workplace. And all along, we've not just continued to govern, but completed landmark confirmations and historic legislation for the American people. None of this would have been possible without many people beyond the 100 of us with our names on these desks. I want to thank the Office of the Secretary of the Senate, led by Julie Adams and Mary Sue Jones. This team encompasses everyone from the talented professionals who sit on the dais to the official reporters of debates, to dispersing, and many other offices. Thanks to our parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, who faithfully calls the balls and strikes. She won the admiration of our temporary presider, Chief Justice Roberts, before we reclaimed her as the Senate's own. Thanks also to the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Mike Stenger, and Jennifer Hemingway, and their whole team, from the doorkeepers to the IT team that stood up enormous telework capabilities almost overnight to the workers who clean offices, move furniture, and keep this place running in hundreds of ways. Our architect of the Capitol, Brett Blanton, assumed his role just before the pandemic hit. He never missed a beat. His team tackled cleaning in a way that exceeded industry standards, reconceived the food services, and again physically kept the Capitol functioning. Of course, very special thanks are due to our attending physician, Dr. Brian Monahan, and the entire team that he leads. Believe me, they already had a full-time job caring for the members of Congress and the Supreme Court. We've leaned on Dr. Monahan in countless ways all year long. His expertise and wise counsel have been a credit to the Senate throughout the pandemic. Here in the chamber, I want to thank our cloakroom teams led by Gary Myrick on the Democratic side and Robert Duncan on ours. Duncan had only just stepped into his current role when the crisis began to unfold. He navigated about 10 years' worth of big challenges in his first 10 months in the top job. Thanks to him and his capable deputy, Chris Tuck. Another key group these past months have been our Rules Committee led by Chairman Blunt and his staff director, Fitzhugh Elder. The committee has run point on coordinating many of the changes and adaptations that have helped keep this body safe. They've done an outstanding job without enough recognition or thanks. We're grateful to the men and women of the Capitol Police, led by Chief Stephen Sund, who have stood their post even when most of the rest of us have worked remotely. They've stood strong during this pandemic, during protests, both peaceful and otherwise, and during the other daily operations that they handle with courage and professionalism. And across the board, I want to thank all of our Senate staff, both the smaller footprint who have continued physically working at the Capitol and those who kept up their hard work remotely have confronted all kinds of novel challenges. Our institution and our country are grateful to you all. Last but not least, I want to thank my own team. My personal office, led by departing Chief of Staff Bill Maxson, has fought every day for Kentuckians' needs and priorities throughout this crisis. Our state offices, steered by Terry Carmack, kept us connected to our constituents in new ways. My communications director, Robert Stewart, and all their colleagues who staff these operations are invaluable to me and to Kentucky. Here in the Capitol, my leadership staff has given incredible amounts of themselves to me, to our team, and to the Senate the entire year. Remember, this is somehow still the same calendar year that began with an impeachment trial, continued through the CARES Act, other major legislation over the summer, a Supreme Court vacancy and confirmation this fall, and finally the all-out legislative sprint since Thanksgiving. First, my two deputy chiefs of staff. Steph Muckall runs our operations in an incredibly, historically complex time to handle operations. She's worn about 10 different hats all year long, as usual. And Scott Rabb handles policy. He's led his colleagues through a legislative year like no other, from mammoth negotiations and historic rescue packages to our most particular priorities and everything in between. We've all leaned on Scott heavily, and he's been indispensable. Beneath them, within our operation, are a lot of talented folks I'm lucky to have. I want to name them very briefly. My chief counsel, Andrew Ferguson, offers brilliant advice from impeachment to policy to the judiciary. Robert Karam, my defense policy expert, has brought critical institutional leadership as 2020 tested everything from national security to continuity of government. Jane Lee handles her massive portfolio and more besides, with incredible effectiveness and calm under fire, and she sings the best Christmas carols in the office. Terry Van Doren is a policy master who delivers for Kentucky and the country every time. Erica Suarez and Jim Neal, expert liaisons and advisors who keep me connected inside the Senate and beyond. Steve Donaldson, my point man on all things election law during this election year. John Chappies, a seasoned Senate veteran who picked quite the time to join our team and cover economic policy. Jody Wright fights to get good people in good positions with good cheer. Andy Quinn is a master of words and ideas. David Popp heads my press team. He, Doug Andres, Scott Sloofman, and their whole operation keep my message and the Republican conference's message front and center. Sarah Steinberg manages my days, and Alex Jenkins manages my office, both with great humor and greater professionalism. Moon Selfab keeps our technology systems running and our spirits high. I have to mention our healthcare expert, Jen Koskowski, who worked remotely this spring while expecting her baby boy and has been cheering us on while on maternity leave. We can't wait to get her back. And thanks to Grace Graham and Peter Oppenheim, who Senator Alexander generously shared from his Help Committee staff to help us in Jen's absence. Rounding out our leadership team are crack researchers Robert Upsey and David Haltman, skilled communicators Dylan Borbeck, Valerie Chicola, Suzanne Youngblood, Emily Houck, and Catherine Grayson. And our frontline troops, the jack of all trades who keep everybody in line, Victoria Mason, Elise Stebick, and Spencer Abraham. Finally, Mr. President, at the head of this entire team is our fearless leader, our Chief of Staff, Sharon Soderstrom. Everybody on Capitol Hill and everybody in Washington knows that Sharon is one of the smartest, most dedicated, and most effective staff leaders working at any level in any branch of government. She's my first call and my last call on every subject. She was in the leader's office before I was. She supported both Trent Lott and Bill Frist. So I count my blessings on a daily basis that I am lucky, number 3. Sharon carries the weight of the world on her shoulders and not only delivers, but somehow prioritizes lightening everybody else's load while she's at it. A walking master class in leadership. I'm proud of all that we've accomplished for the country in this challenging year, and I couldn't be gladder to be heading into 2021 with these talented professionals at my side. So I thank them, Mr. President. I thank them one and all.
On the nomination, is there sufficient second? There appears to be. And the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Gardner, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, McConnell, Risch, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Casey, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Jones, Kelly, Schatz, Smith, Stabenow, Udall. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott, Florida, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Later. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. I think I do. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Sinema, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays 47. The nomination is confirmed.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Is there objection?
I ask
Without
the Chair to
objection.
lay before the Senate the message to accompany H.R. 133.
The Chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill H.R. 133 entitled An Act to Promote Economic Partnership and Cooperation between the United States and Mexico with an amendment to the Senate amendment.
I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 133.
The motion is pending.
I ask unanimous consent there be 60 minutes of debate equally divided between the leaders or their designees, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on the motion to concur without further motions or amendments in order, and that 60 affirmative votes be required to adopt the motion to concur.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, North Dakota is an energy powerhouse, and our lignite producers work around the clock to ensure homes and businesses in the Midwest have affordable and reliable access to power when it's needed most. But the PTC, the Wind Production Tax Credit, is creating artificially low prices in markets for power generation. Qualified wind projects are receiving up to 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour from the taxpayer. These subsidies distort the market and are forcing out the critical coal-fired baseload generation we need to keep the lights on. Since Congress established a wind production tax credit in 1992, wind power has been able to transition from an emerging technology to a multi-billion-dollar industry that is clearly commercially viable. That's why we worked on a bipartisan agreement in 2015 to phase down and sunset the wind tax credit at the end of 2019. We had an agreement to do the phase out, and the wind industry agreed to it. I worked with Senator Thune and AWEA, the American Wind Energy Association, and others to do it. And they agreed. We had an agreement. That's why we are opposed to extending the PTC and offer an amendment to strike it. We saw what happened in California over the summer, and we can't afford to have blackouts and brownouts during the coldest of winter weather months. We instead must strengthen grid resiliency and reliability by keeping diverse sources of generation available at all times, including when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. That means baseload. Instead of extending the production tax credit, we should be working on making technologies like carbon capture and sequestration commercially viable. The American Wind Energy Association states on its website that, quote, growth in the wind industry is expected to remain strong when the PTC is fully phased out. Why then are we considering another extension of this credit when the leading trade association expects to see strong growth for the wind industry without the credit? We need to bring back a level playing field for competition in our electricity markets and reverse the trend of taxpayers continuing to subsidize a mature, multi-billion-dollar wind industry. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure that the wind production tax credit sunsets. And with that, I'd like to ask for some words from my co-sponsor on the amendment, Senator Kramer.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join my colleague, Senator Hoeven, in offering this amendment and urging our colleagues to support the amendment to strip the wind production tax credit from this massive bill. And Mr. President, I feel like I'm living in an episode of The Twilight Zone. And I wish I could say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. Because here we go again. Despite numerous requests and appeals and deals with the leader and the chairman of the Finance Committee to not jam this body with a 13th extension of the wind production tax credit, here we are with another one in front of us. Since the credit's inception in 1992, and for a lot of those years I was a utility regulator, it has always been promised that it would be temporary and would expire. Last year we got jammed at the last minute
with another extension. And rightly, the people back home are really, really upset with us. And it didn't sit very well with me either. That's why in April of this year, I led a letter to Leader McConnell with colleagues from West Virginia, Wyoming, and Georgia, saying it was time to finally level the playing field and get rid of this market-distorting atrocity. In July, I led another letter to Chairman Grassley with even more colleagues from West Virginia, Wyoming, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania with the same message: let this credit expire. Yet here we are again. The requests have fallen on deaf ears, and we've simply been given another bitter pill to swallow with the extension today. Some in this town have pointed to an extension in carbon sequestration credits like 45Q and 48A as if they were an equal trade. They're not. Despite years of pleading, the Treasury Department, yes, this Treasury Department, still has not finalized regulations. So an extension of 45Q is moot if there's no way to actually monetize the credit. Of equal importance, financial investors have said if renewable credits are extended, they will absorb whatever tax appetite exists because they're predictable. And those deals have been done many times. And just to reiterate, they can't even utilize 45Q because Treasury hasn't finished the regulations 3 years after Congress expanded the credit. More to the point, while there are some great proposed carbon sequestration projects planned in North Dakota, their benefit is targeted, while in contrast, hundreds of miners and local communities they built are being hurt by the extension of the production tax credit. I strongly support carbon sequester projects, but to assume that the potential benefits of 45Q or 48A are equal to the unilateral harm of the wind credit is disingenuous at best. And I've heard from utilities who actually use the wind PTC, but they said they don't need it because the market is so awash with wind credits they can't even monetize them. It's completely upside down. In fact, the PTC credits are actually taking money away from other clean energy projects like nuclear, clean coal, taking emissions-free energy right off the grid. Just a few days ago, Politico said this: the simplest option for tax extenders would be to let all 33 that are scheduled to expire at the end of the year to be renewed. I have a simpler plan. Let them all expire. K Street wouldn't like it, but it'd be one less section in this giant package. So, Mr. President, one final point. In all my time in Congress, and that's been 8 years now, the wind production tax credit has never been extended through regular order or an open discussion or even hearings. Despite our objections or promises from the wind industry that it should expire, in the 11th hour with the government shutdown looming, it gets dropped into the members' laps. That alone should be a red flag that the only time it has enough chance to pass is when it rides the coattails of our national defense and the government operations. It's shameful, Mr. President, and I support the amendment from Senator Hoeven, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Let the wind PTC expire. I yield my time.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague, Senator Kramer, and turn to my colleague, Senator Langford.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. My staff did what many of us did today. We spent the day digging through a 5,600-page bill, trying to find out what's in it. We broke it up into hundreds of pages of chunks and separated among our staff and just started reading through it as quickly as we could, trying to be able to pull out the details. We found a lot of things that we really like. We found a few surprises as well. So help us, we found right in the middle of the document on tax policy a zombie, the wind production tax credit, something that we had heard had died. In fact, something that we had heard died 2 years ago. In fact, something that we had heard died 6 years ago when all of us agreed it should die. In fact, the plan was take it down a little bit each and every year until it finally got to zero. The problem was when it got to zero, some lobbyist helped somebody get it back in last year, and it suddenly, after going to zero, reappeared. And then, so help me, it reappeared again. So this temporary credit that distorts the market, that literally changes the prices and all of our energy, whether that be oil or gas or coal or solar or hydroelectric or nuclear, it gives a special perk to one, and all of the rest of them get furious, but for whatever reason, this simple credit can't seem to go away. When we agree to something, we should probably stick to it. And we agreed years ago to phase this out. But yet this zombie keeps reappearing and walking the halls of the Senate. Our simple challenge is this. Let's put this zombie in the daylight. Let's have the real argument over it and determine, is this distorting the energy market for everybody else, including all of our renewables? Is it something we need to keep? Now, I live in Oklahoma, and if you know our song, you know the wind comes sweeping down the plains. We have been called the Saudi Arabia of wind power. I promise you can't drive very far in Oklahoma without seeing a field of windmills. We've got lots of wind power, and we think it's a great energy source. But it's a mature energy source, and it does not need the wind production tax credit. So let's sunset it. With that, I yield.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Langford. Also, we'd like to thank Senator Lamar Alexander, Senator Barrasso, others that support this legislation. And with that, I ask unanimous consent that our motion to concur with the amendment, which is at the desk, be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President and colleagues, I am going to be brief. And I just want to give the Senate a sense of where we are with respect to this renewable energy issue. In front of us now is a bipartisan agreement to extend a variety of approaches that are going to allow us to promote greener energy that reduces carbon emissions. And when I talk to colleagues on both sides of the aisle, there's enormous support for that, enormous support for the effort to reduce carbon emissions. Now, I can look around this chamber, and I can see colleagues starting over in that corner with Senator Heinrich, who has worked for years on renewable energy, and literally go around the chamber and point out colleagues who have worked with me and others on the renewable energy provisions that are part of this bipartisan agreement. This includes not just the credits for wind, but solar and renewable energy. And I would submit this is the best approach to what we have today, which is a need to make sure that critical investments are not missed out on now. Now, for the future, we do have a plan, and that is to have a technology-neutral approach that would avoid picking winners and losers and basically taking this mess of a tax code with more than 40 separate energy provisions, throwing it in the trash, and saying we're going to focus on one thing, reducing carbon emissions. We aren't there today. That's what this issue is all about. But what is here today is climate change. And that is why it is so important that we pass the legislation that is in the bill and reject this amendment. So with that, I want to say to my colleagues from North Dakota, I remember enjoying going to North Dakota for the sponsor of this amendment. I will tell you, if you're over 6 feet tall, make sure you exercise before you go to North Dakota, because you will be in the smallest airline seat in the history of aviation. But John Hoeven is a very good and caring man. I'm looking forward to working with him on these issues in the future. And, Mr. President, with that, I would object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from North Dakota.
I would ask my colleague from Oregon, and I did have him in North Dakota. We had a great time, and I appreciate him coming out to see the energy we produce in our great state. And I would ask the gentleman for his help on carbon capture technologies. We've put funding in place to advance those carbon capture technologies, and I ask for his help and his colleagues' help in that endeavor.
I would just say to my colleague, I'm always interested in working with him for the future. I would just say that the focus after we pass this bill, and particularly these important provisions which are going to meet immediate needs, let's just set as our lodestar reducing carbon emissions. You and I served on the Energy Committee together. That's an approach that brings together Republicans and Democrats. And with that, Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from North
I thank
Dakota.
my co-sponsors on this amendment, and our efforts will continue. With that, I yield the floor.
I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
would I have order in the Senate? Mr. President,
Senators will please take their conversations off the floor. The Majority Leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask the Chair to lay before the Senate the message to accompany H.R. 1520.
The Chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill H.R. 1520 entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Service Act to provide for the publication of a list of licensed biological products and for other purposes with an amendment to the Senate amendment.
I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment, and I know of no further debate on the motion.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion to concur is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H-Con Res 128, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 128 directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1520.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without an objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to. The motion be to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. Majority Leader.
Not all time be yielded back.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The question is on the motion to concur. The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Fisher, Gardner, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Jones, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, Leahy, Loeffler, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Portman, Reed, Risch, Roberts, Romney, Rosen, Rubio, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Shelby, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Blunt, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Johnson, Lee, Hall, Scott of Florida. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Harris, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Udall, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. What's that? Mr. Purdue, aye.
So, yeah, 5, because we have to do.
Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sass, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? If not in this vote, the yeas are 91, the nays are 7. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the motion to concur is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from South Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the senior senator from South Dakota, the senior senator from Kansas, and the senior senator from Missouri be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from December 21st, 2020 through January 3rd, 2021.
Without objection.
I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.